Hello, hello. Oh, I need my music. There we go. Hello, hello.
Taxi!
How are you? How are you guys?
Hey, taxi!
Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Cobalt, got some first. Hello. Diva, hello.
Hey,
Diner, hello. Bum,
taxi!
hello. Fuzzy, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone? Hi, Fapsy. Diva. Diva. Lapshot's getting HSP. Ooh. Ooh. Yum, yum. Lucky Lapsod. How am I? I'm doing alright, except I napped for like 4 hours this afternoon. Maybe 3 hours. 3 hours, maybe. I think it was about 2, and then I woke up at about 5:30. Lapsod, stop at Queensland to give bums some HSP. Exactly. Exactly. I haven't had a HSP for a little while. Been a couple months.
Hey, taxi!
Hey, Hebel. Wondering if maybe I should get one next month when my month of takeaway is over. Bum, would you want HSPs? I mean, I could make my own, like, vegetarian HSP with, like, like a falafel HSP.
Hey,
I
taxi!
could do that from home.
Hey, taxi!
And that wouldn't count as takeaway. I'd cook the chips myself. I could do that. Except I'd have to buy some, like, garlic aioli or something. It's 76 degrees Fahrenheit in your office? What is that? 76 Fahrenheit to Celsius. 24 Celsius. That's pretty good. 6, 7. Yeah, at least it's not Celsius. Yeah, 24 is a very pleasant temperature. How's everyone's day been? You wanted to make the 6-7 joke? You're right, you do usually translate it to Celsius for us, don't you? 6-7. You had to have some x-rays and an MRI? No! Had work, not much else happened. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, not much has happened since my stream last night. You have to have 4 MRIs, but Medicare won't bulk bill if they are all done together. What the fuck? That's silly. That's silly. I need to get another, MRI or whatever it is. One of them. And, the government won't cover it, so I'm like, fuck that, I don't have the money for that. It's like $500, I don't have the money for that. You have to have a colonoscopy soon. Old enough that you need to regularly screen now? You regularly screen for colonoscopies? I know in Australia, once you reach a certain age, you get sent, like, you know, like a sample container to screen for bowel cancer. But I don't think you have to go for a colonoscopy. You just do like a stool sample thing, like once every year or two. I don't know. Like over 50 or something. The prep was a bit shit. And the outcome was a bit shit. What came out of you was a bit shit. The government is looking to stop covering the MRIs. You have to have on your hands and knees. You have to get them done by the end of the month. Ah. 60. Thanks, Fuzzy. You're considered high risk, so you opted for the colonoscopy. Okay. You keep getting pap smear reminder. I think they've stopped doing pap smears for like people under a certain age, which is silly. It's not a hard process. You had an anal fissure? Recommend not Googling that? I'm gonna Google it. How do you turn off safe search? Your acting name is Anal Fissure? It's just all diagrams. It's like medical diagrams aren't, not really that scary to me. You had ass steroids. My friend Hairball has the strongest ass. I mean, don't you, like, inject regular steroids into your ass anyway? Is that not what people do? Is that not where it goes? I mean, I know it's not ones that affect that area, but you can't really make the joke that you inject them into your ass because you have the strongest ass because that's where they go.
Hey, taxi!
It was a suppository. Hey, Nexus, how are you? It's a good spot for it. We're talking about anal fishes. As a fish boy, what do you think of fishes? A nitroglycerin ointment? Oh. I blame Hairball. I blame Hairball. You're anti-anal fisher. Do we have any pro-anal fisher people in the chat? And yes, I'm doing well. Thank you, Hairball. Nexus. You literally opened the stream for the first time a minute ago and you asked that. My first impression, most new people come into my stream and say that their first impression was really cursed. I have no explanation. I just like to fuck around. How are you, Reaper Null? It was not great to deal with. I'm happy that segment of your life passed a long time ago. Oh, I'm glad you're better. Still only amateur. Nobody has paid me to fish around their arms. Not a professional anal fisher. Taxi is the definition of sometimes I just say shit. I am just saying shit. Sometimes I be saying shit. Just in it for the love of the game. Exactly. It's just a hobby at the moment. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I said to myself, one of my goals this year was not to pick up a new hobby, so I guess I won't be anal fishing. Fishering. Anal fishering. I keep getting tongue-tied with that. Choose to use it for evil. Fish in my anus is more likely than you think. When Lapsod learns programming, let's get him to make a game called Anal Fisher. Is it just like fishing for like parasites or something? Anal Fisher, I'm there. Web fishing clone with all butts. Fish for the fish god! Unfortunately, it's not anal fishing, but it is fishing. Anal fisher? Hardly know her. It's not time yet! You have to wait 30 seconds! You have to wait! You have to wait! Go, 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 go! Fish, fish, fish! Get it, get it, get it! Fish, 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 fish! Lots of fish today. Remember when it was like a whole minute instead of like 30 seconds? That was crazy. Hi, robot. And hello, Drift. I don't know if I said hi. I did read your messages, but I don't know if I said hi. Hi, Lapsod. Hi, Lapsod. You're out of points now? No! Thank you, Herbal. Thank you for your sacrifice to the fish god. Thank you, thank you. It was for a while, it was 1 minute. But then, I think the first time I implemented it, it didn't fix itself, so it was just non-stop. It was just non-stop, unlimited fishing. I was like, no! Plenty of non-anal fishing for today. Exactly. 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 Thank you. Thank you for the fishing. Alright, shall we do some of the daily dulls? Shall we do some daily dulls? Okay. Let me get out the way. I'm in the way. Daily dulls, daily dulls. There's also not a cooldown for a while, so people would trigger it and start going before anyone noticed. Yeah, I had to add like a buffer, like give people time. Give people time for it. Alright. What should the first word be, guys? Penis. We have an E. We have an E somewhere. E. Every. Every. Okay, we only have one E. So that didn't like reveal a second E. Hmm. Hmm. Harmed? Okay, we have an M. You haven't finished yours yet? You better hurry. You better hurry, Quake. Ooh, okay, so we got an A and an E. It was a pain to solve? Hmm. And we have an M in a spot we haven't found yet. Hmm. Blame, that's a good one. Okay, the M is not in that spot. Okay, we have one more go. We have one more go. Amaze. Amaze. Okay, this is the last go. Fuck yeah, good job, Adrift. Amaze. Adrift is a maze. Good job. Good job, good job. Do the game dull. Okay, we got the cover art. Zoom in for you guys. There's blood. There's blood and some sort of, like, leads and stuff. Wire, that's it. Wires. Blood. Hmm. There's so many games. Hmm. Knuckles? I don't know if there'd be blood if it was a Sonic.
Meow.
Hmm. Meow. I don't know why. The vibes feel familiar. The vibes feel familiar. Should we see more of it? Okay, we're just getting more blood and more wires. That didn't help. Hmm. Yeah, it feels very comic book, doesn't it? Hmm. Is that a man's face top right? Might be like a robot or something. Is it a screenshot? It's a cover art. It's cover art, not the artwork. Miami game. Miami. Hotline Miami. Can try that. It is not. Oh. We got some sort of like spacey planet under here. Hmm. None of this is familiar to me. Hmm. Alright. Should we get another? Okay, we got a little Navi looking thing. And we got some of the title, I guess, maybe. Mickey. 9 souls? 9 souls. It was! Good job, Nexus! I've never heard of this. Good job. Alright, so this is artwork. So this isn't a cover art, this is just from the game. This could be a Batman game. Like Arkham City. Okay, it is a Batman game. Arkham Knight? Nah. Okay. There's a Christmas tree. Does anyone know the Arkham games? But Arkham Shadow, Arkham Origins, and Arkham Asylum. I don't think it's Arkham Asylum. Let's go Arkham Origins. There we go. Cool. Definitely had Arkham vibes. Right away. Okay, this is a character. That's a booby. That's a booby. Arkham oranges. Ayo. Booba. Yippee. Alright, does this character look familiar to you? She looks like she's got like bat wings. She got kind of like a bat wing looking thing on her outfit too. Yes? Lady from Capcom fighting games? Darkstalkers? I'm gonna need the name of the character. It doesn't let you search by the game. Hi, Danny. The color is off, though. Yeah. Yeah, Morrigan doesn't have this hair.
Hey, taxi!
Hi, Vito. Oh Fun shrimp, thank you. Does anyone recognize this titty? Anyone well versed in video games titties? Could be Trish, who've never seen her in this style. We can try. Devil May Cry? Okay, no. So she's got big wings. She got big wings. Big titties, big wings. Her defining character design features is titties and wings. I haven't tried Morrigan, but I don't think Morrigan has that hair color. No. It could be Castlevania. It's giving Castlevania. We can search by game. You said Castlevania, but I need a character name. I can't search by the game. I can't search by the game. I need a character name. I can't search by the game. One more guess and I can search by the game. Jane Castlevania. Camilla. Castlevania. Search by game enabled. It is correct franchise. It is Castlevania. So, Castlevania. We got Aeon, Annette, Carrie, Charlotte. They're all the ones that have feminine names. Maria. Annette, we can guess that. It was Annette. There you go. Good job, guys. Okay, keys, energy, hacking. Energy. Hack into the gate. System shock. System shock. It is not system shock. Portals, bursters, anomalies. Blueprints. I think the hacking probably wouldn't have been blueprints. Portal. Portal doesn't really have, like, hacking or anything. Stalker? Which one? Which one? I guess we could just try any of them. Shadow. It is not a stalker. Okay, resistance resonators field art. Do keys matter that much even though it's the first thing? Or does it not really matter? Let's have a look how it describes this game. It doesn't have the instructions. I imagine the first three are probably the most important ones. I don't know. Watch Dogs? Not Watch Dogs. Scanner app. GPS gameplay. 2 factions. Ingress? Oh, Ingress! I forgot about this game. Good job, guys. No idea what that is. It was like Niantic's game before Pokemon Go. So it's basically like Pokemon Go where you, like, instead of capturing Pokemon, I think you capture locations. Another data collection game. I honestly don't know if it ever evolved into that, but yes, probably. Probably to an extent, but not quite as an extent as what Pokemon did. I don't even know if Ingress is still around. Okay. Give us a game. Pokemon Go's locations were built off Ingress. That's true. That's true. Skyrim. Okay. Newer than 2011. Left 4 Dead 2. I think Left 4 Dead 2... When did that come out? Probably not within 5 years of 2011. I think that was much older. Uncharted? Yeah, newer than 2016. It's not a single-player game either. So I think that rules out Uncharted. I think that's a single-player game. Monster Hunter Iceborne. Monster Hunter. They don't have Monster Hunter Iceborne. World is Iceborne. There you go. Okay, it's from 2018. Okay, so it's not first person, not third person, not VR. It's gonna be isometric again. Second person? Yeah, it's gonna be a third person game again. No, not third person, isometric game. What year was Heroes of the Storm? I'm gonna go with that. Heroes of the Storm was 2015? Wow, that's so long ago. That's so long ago. Path of Exile? 1 or 2? Yeah, I'm over the isometric games. 1? Path of Exile 1 was 2013. The Messenger? Unshrimp? Okay, Vito. I'm not really shrimped though, but thank you. The Messenger. Okay, that's a side scroller. We gotta start thinking about the years in the suggestions, yeah. You feel the shrimping in 10? I had my legs crossed, that was all. What are the players? Multiplayer and co-op. From 2018. Isometric. You can't even remember the year you graduated high school? Overcooked 2? Alright. That also has a single player mode, unfortunately. Are games like League isometric? Yes. Yes, they are isometric. Into the breach. Okay, guys, we've only got 4 lives left, though. We've only got 4 lives left. So maybe we'll just have a double check on what we've got for themes and genres. So it's not an RPG. It's not an adventure. Don't do Into the Breach. Okay. Cat Quest. We could try Cat Quest. 1, 2, or 3. Wait. Action RPG. Okay. So it is not an RPG. Not an RPG, not an adventure, and not a hack and slash. It's not even the right year. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. What was Golf Peaks? Was that multiplayer? It can't have a single player mode. It is exclusively multiplayer co-op. Some sort of lol. That's why I guessed Heroes of the Storm, but that came out in 2015 apparently, and that's insane to me. When did that Pokemon one come out? 2021. A Way Out? Is that isometric? What year was Deep Rock? It was split screen. Do we have any Windows-only games? No, everything has been so far on other platforms, so... Actually, no, Heroes of the Storm, PC and Mac. So it probably is Windows only, to be honest. Oh, actually, no, because that doesn't rule out that it's more than them. Okay. Yeah, can't narrow down the platforms. Can't narrow down the genres. 2018 isometric game. Not RPG adventure. Is Vermintide isometric? And made with Unity. Yeah, but like everything's made with Unity. Yeah, no single player. It has to be multiplayer co-op. One of those Pathfinder games, they're isometric. What's the art pastel icon and the arcade stick? Arcade stick. Arcade. Simulator, strategy, arcade, indie, platform, adventure. It's not adventure, indie, arcade, strategy, MOBA. Comedy, action, kids, party. Comedy. Yeah. Art, easel. Strategy. Strategy MOBA, but more than that. Yeah, but it also might not be MOBA, you know. What's in the messenger? Platform, adventure, indie, arcade. You're thinking a city builder? City builders are typically, like, single player usually. Like, they allow a single player. Among Us? Among Us is a really good one, because that came out a few years before COVID. Was it 2018? I feel like it could have been. But I'm happy to use Among Us. It was! Good job! Yeah, I thought when you said Among Us, I was like, that's right, it came out a couple years before COVID. Good job. Strategy indie. Good job. Good job, Adrift. Sorry, did I say the wrong person? Good job, Adrift. Adrift is just the biggest brain. Yeah, he's carrying us. He's carrying us. Okay, let's do the guess the movie for the day. No single player really narrows it down. Yeah. Okay. We have a shot of the city. No idea what city this is. At least this isn't Among Us. Has anyone watched the Among Us TV show yet? No, no, no. Is that San Fran? It doesn't look very built up, to be honest. But who knows? Look at the bridge. Maybe. They have suburbs. Maybe the city's like over the other end. Spider-Man Far From Home. We can try that. It wasn't. How are you, Violent Mouse? Okay, it's a 6.6 on IMDb, 43% on Metacritic. No idea what this place would be. I'm doing well, thank you. You don't mind the MCU Spider-Man? I've not seen a single MCU Spider-Man. Looks like nothing to you? Yeah. I think I've only seen Spider-Man 1 and 2 from like the 2000s, and then the Into the Spider-Verse, like the first one, whatever one it was. Into the Spider-Verse? Yeah, this isn't giving me anything. I can't even tell what era this is. American Pickle? Is that a movie? It's not there. Sorry, Danny. Maybe it's that movie where a guy captures the killer that killed his son, daughter, and tortures him. Don't remember the title of that one. No idea. Army? Army what episode? Army what? Army Love? You guys are getting banned. You don't remember the name? Venom? Venom? Thank you for the follow. Not Venom. Thriller, drama, sci-fi. Sci-fi? Oh. Is it M. Night Shyamalan? Glass? Oh. Glass. The one that I've not seen. The one I've not seen. Because I've seen, the bad one. I've seen the first one, I can't remember the name, and I've seen Split. I've not seen Glass yet. Unbreakable. Which one's the good one? You hate M. Night Shyamalan? Bum and I were like watching all the M. Night Shyamalans for a while. Shyamalan's Disabled People are Villains trilogy. It's so true. We need to get in Greenie. Danny's racist and ableist. We're cancelling Danny-kun. One of your favorite things when Bum streamed was Greenie ranting about M. Night Shyamalan. Hi, Longshot.
Hey, taxi!
You're sending him that comment? The competition for biggest hater between Diva and Vito is pretty close. The thing is, I know Diva is just like, he's just like, he's talking shit most of the time. He's talking shit most of the time. Happy birthday, Greenie! Happy birthday, Greenie! I messaged him earlier. Shyamalan did like 2 good movies and then everything went to shit. Look. I enjoy some Shyamalan movies. Some are enjoyable. Some are enjoyable. Signs is like one of the best movies in the world. Not Signs. Fuck. Not Signs! Not Signs! Not Signs! I meant The Sixth Sense! Not Signs! I meant The Sixth Sense, not Signs! I'm so embarrassed. Signs is not the best movie in the world. Signs is great though. Signs is a bit of fun. I rewatched it recently. It's alright, but it's so funny because when you've seen Scary Movie 3, basically everything of Signs you laugh about because Scary Movie 3 does such a good job at parodying it. What Taxi said, yeah. So you start thinking about the jokes in Scary Movie 3 as you're watching Signs. What was the movie that he shoved his terribly untalented daughter? That was Trap. Is that the pissing finger aliens one? Yes. Hi, Capu. Signs was good. You don't like the ending though. Signs was like one of my first scary movies. Like outside of like kids horror, like, you know, kid-friendly horror like Goosebumps and shit like that. Signs was like my first scary movie. So I really liked it as a kid because of that reason. When I was like 11 or something. We're not so different, you and I. What other Shyamalan movies are there? M. Night Shyamalan. Let's have a look. Let's have a look what he's got on his list. Produce, director. Okay. Sixth Sense, good. Unbreakable, kinda shit. Signs, kinda shit but enjoyable. The Village, shit. Lady in the Water, haven't seen. The Happening, shit. Last Airbender, shit. Haven't seen After Earth. Haven't seen Wayward Pines. He directed 1 episode, apparently. The Visit, I think it's fun. I think The Visit is fun. Split, it's fine. It's fine. Glass, haven't seen it. Old, I think it's fun, but really fucking cursed. It's a really cursed movie. Knock at the Cabin, fine. Servant, I really loved the first season of this. I haven't seen anything else of it. The first season was good. And Trap was pretty shit. Old was just stupid, it's not that deep. Oh no, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. I think it's just a bit of fun. And really cursed. Unbreakable isn't shit. It's... I didn't really like it. The Village made me not want to spend money seeing one of his movies again. It was so bad. I swear he has more movies than this. Yeah, Devil. I enjoy Devil. He did the story of that. I think that's fun. I think it's a bit of fun. It's not good, but it's a bit of fun. Did he do the Dragon Ball movie? Did he do the Dragon Ball movie? Oh yeah, he did the screenplay of Stuart Little. I forgot about that. Yeah. We were going through all of his movies. There's still a couple that I've not seen. I don't know. I don't know. Some of his movies are fun, but none of them are good except for Sixth Sense. Openly stating 30 plus is kind of a based move. I'm pretty sure I have hag in my tags. He was out for a decade, then that movie happened, and he thought it would be bad if the legacy of his series ended in that, since Toei was bent on continuing it with or without him. Oh. You wouldn't say that's hag status? It's hag in the VTuber world. How did he manage to make a bad movie with all those talented actors? I haven't seen The Village since it came out. I wonder what I'd think now. I think it's gonna be still shit. VTubers are idol adjacent, so kinda yeah. Look, I would say Signs actually probably did quite well back in the day. Like, everyone knew Signs. So. You thought everyone liked Signs? Danny-kun is trash. Danny-kun's a masochist. I don't know. I don't know. Look, he's got some terrible movies, but I kind of enjoy watching them just because they are terrible. Like, The Happening is bad, but I enjoyed watching it. Although I didn't enjoy watching The Last Airbender, I'll tell you that. That wasn't even enjoyable to watch. Anyway. Shall we do the scrandle? The daily scrandle? Alright, what have we got? Rock's Burger with chips and masala sauce. Oh. £3. Crapple-chen. £3. I mean, it's hard to compare, like, a sweet-looking thing with a savory-looking thing. Both of them look good. Right? They both look good. Yeah, it's hard to compare them. I want to go these things. They look good. Hey, Greenie. Happy birthday. Okay, that was a bonus round for voting. If anime bad, the intro and ending songs will be good. If the anime is good, the music will be shit. It's so true. If the anime is good, the opening is, like, almost embarrassing to watch every time it comes on. Cheesy chips, that's pretty bad. Pepperoni sticks with Jamaican beef patty. Ooh, let's go with the chips. Really? You like these pepperoni sticks? Sausage and bread. Pepperoni pizza. Let's get the pizza. Hey, Blue Visor. Chips, peas, and gravy, £2.50. Sandwich Frinkendel special. Why is it? It's either peas or suspicious white sauce. Oh, it's horse meat? That does look like a horse meat, if you know what I mean. Alright, let's go with the suspicious sausage. No, people preferred the peas. Wow. Can you explain it? Hang on. I need incognito mode for this one.
A body has been discovered!
Diva, thank you for gifting a sub to Greenie. Here's my joke. Lapsod. That's my joke, Lapsod. Does it explain it? Does it explain it a bit better? At least it has a flared base. Thank you, Diva, for gifting. It was a 3-month sub? That's insane, thank you. Isn't it just a crash guard? Yes. Yes. Okay. Burger in amusing bun. Slice of Victoria sponge. Oh, a sponge is pretty good. Though I will go with the burger. Sponge is pretty good. Rice-filled roast pork. With crackling. Sausage and chips and curry sauce in a hollowed cob. That looks pretty fucking good. Yeah. Yeah. Hot dog. Dry as fuck hot dog. As dry as these leaves. Burger. 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 Barbecue nachos. Or sausage. Those nachos look pretty good. You need more than just a plain ass sausage. Let's go the nacho. Yeah. You'd love a nacho right now? Yeah. Bacon wrapped hot dog with jalapenos, £7.95. Sausage and bread, £3.80. Look, this is expensive, but surely they can present the. Surely they could put the mustard on the bread. You would eat just the sausage? Yeah, but you're weird, Greenie. Cheeseburger. Flat, like, squished cheeseburger. Steak and chips. Steak and chips. Steak and chips. Okay, double bacon cheeseburger with pickles, £5.20. Chicken and chips, £8.25. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the burger. No, most people liked the chicken and chips. I thought the chicken looked kind of dry looking. Not our best scrandle today, guys. Not our best scrandle. Alright. Shall we do the VTuber? We haven't done that for a few days, but we got a few people in the chat that would probably be good. Who's got a VTuber to start with? Corona? Okay. They are active, not on hiatus. They are mainly on YouTube. Well, they are on YouTube. Mammal canine dog. So they are another dog tuber. Buff Pup's on Twitch. This is a YouTube streamer. People watch VTubers on YouTube, right? Alright. Are there any dog girls in other corpos that stream exclusively on YouTube? Yeah, it's not HoloLive. BB, I think they dual stream, but we can try. BB Biscuit. Yeah, YouTube, Twitch. So yeah, exclusively YouTube. Yeah, I think most of them are dual streaming. And it's a Gen 4 of something. Yeah, so a US streamer. English, Japanese, and dog. That's the languages she speaks. Inukai is a Filipino one, you remember? She's in the US though. We could try it, because I mean, it doesn't specify that they can't know more than English on this. Inu. They are not on the list, sorry. So it is a corporation because they are a Gen 4. Although it says they're not part of an English branch, but also interesting. Interesting. But nationality is US. Well, they could be like half American. They could be like American and something else. Okay, who knows some dog girls? Yes, that is one of her languages. English, Japanese, and dog. Yeah, no one else. No one in HoloLive. You don't watch Nijisanji? I feel like because VTubers are so, like, you don't. I feel comfortable looking at like Nijisanji. Their talent list. Let's have a look. Anyone look like a puppy? Is anyone here a puppy? Does Nijisanji have a like a branch outside of the US too? Like US, Japan, and something else? Doesn't look like they do. Just Ian and JP. What other bigger agencies are there? They're also active, so it's not like it's like a broken one. Hmm. No one's got anything? We could do a random guess. Alright. It gave us another hollow live, so that didn't really help us. Go again. Fruit. Okay. Yeah, purely English. I mean, we could throw in Buff Pup, but... Hey, Dodge Caliber. The only person you watch that exclusively VTubes is me. I don't think I'm on here, and I'm not a dog girl. I'm not a dog girl. Yeah, you know, Hollow Nigian phase. Yeah. Yeah, see, Buff Pop, yeah, is definitely on Twitch as well, so... Need to be exclusively YouTube. That's hard. I don't know many YouTubers. Let's have a look. Random Niji one, see if they're there. Who's in Niji Sanji? I only know X talents. Maria. Okay. Yeah, not in Niji Sanji. Oh, there's so much drama in VTubing, Greenie. There is so much drama. Okay, they're not Australian. They're not Australian means I really don't care about them. God, how do we not know many dog VTubers? There's no dog VTubers. Dog VTubers specifically on YouTube, yeah. Why watch any other dog VTubers when Corona exists? Corona and BB Biscuit, exactly. Try Maho. I don't think Maho's on this site. Alright, I'm about to just start googling dog VTubers. 1,000th anime downloaded? My god. Dog VTubers that aren't in Hololive. It's the exclusive YouTube and English only that fucks it. Yeah, like, I can't even guess anything. It's crazy. Hmm. Probably 2021. So they've been active for a while. Gen 4 or something. What game is this? This is VTuber. So it's like Wordle, but you have to guess the VTuber. VTuber. It sounds like fun. It is fun. There's just a lot of VTubers though. There is a lot. Yeah, I don't know enough either. Exclusively YouTube. I mean, they could be active but part of like a old agency as well. Like that could be a thing. Are any of them dog VTubers? Because apparently we need a dog VTuber that streams exclusively on YouTube. Is Deme a dog? I'm not familiar with them. Is this them? Deme? Okay, no, they stream on Twitch, so it needs to be exclusively a YouTuber. Also, they're a red panda, apparently, is what they are. A hint is available. We can see the hint. Oh my god, we knew they were American. I don't need that hint. That's rude. Nah, you didn't say. Be back later. See you, Dino. Any dogs in Prism? There was a wolf girl. What was her name? Hang on a sec. They have to be active. They might be still active. The agency might not be. Naki. Oh my god. Okay, no, she is a wolf. Rara. Is this them? Rara Rakora? Oh my god, you got it! Good job! What are they from? Oh, V4 Mirai. Good job. I'm not familiar with them. Chihuahua. Good job. They're kind of demonic. Okay. I think we've had enough of the daily dulls. Shall we switch to the game? I will switch to the game. Actually, I might have a quick break and then come back for the game. Okay? Everyone go stretch your legs. I'll be back. I'll be back. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We are back. We are back. We are back. Hope everyone stretched their legs. Hope everyone stretched their legs. Alright. We are 82% into this game. 82%. This is a solid game, alright? This is a solid game. I was thinking, seeing as I don't even know how many streams I've been on this game, but I have been on it for a while. And I was thinking, after I finish this, I might tackle another, like, Ace Attorney or something. Would you guys want to see another Ace Attorney? It's been a while. It's been a while. I could play Investigations too. I don't know. Throwing that out there. Throwing that out there. It's been a little while since I've had a long game like this, and I think I'm feeling it. I think I'm vibing. I don't know. Maybe in the future. I do want to get back into Blueprints after this game, though. That's my next one. Well, we're on 82%. You pulled another Dino Washaro? Ino Washaro. Congrats. Congrats, congrats. How many more do you need? How many more? Hi, Elena. How are you? Yeah, we never finished Ace Attorney Investigations. You're good? Alright, now that I'm back from break, I need to change the category. Posthumous Investigation. There we go. Yeah, we never did finish the old Ace Attorney. I think I was going to play it off stream and then I never did. Thank you for the follow, welcome. And then I never did, so I guess I've saved it for you guys, so, yeah. I think we should play it. I think we should. I'd also like to replay the Investigations games. Like the Ace Attorney Investigations, because I've never actually played the second one. So I'll probably replay the first and play the second one at some point. I don't know, there's so many games I want to play and there's not enough time in the world. Not enough time in the world, guys. Okay, so what were we doing last time? So we haven't completely filled up his timeline. Clues. Did Capitu break the record out of anger? Was she just trying to get rid of the evidence? We should show it. Talking to Ben about Capitu. We should show it to Capitu, I guess. Maybe show this one to Sophia. And oh yes, the lighthouse dagger. Okay. Let's go find some people and show this new evidence. Does Sabina have anything? Oh, interrogate. Okay, she doesn't want to know about anything. What is this game? This is Posthumous Investigation. It's a, like a narrative point-and-click game. We are trying to solve a murder. Okay, he doesn't want to talk to us. I guess we could try, what's his name? The guy in the bakery. Hope you figure it out. Thank you. I'll do my best. He doesn't have anything. No one has anything. No one wants to speak to me. Cubus's Manor. Santiago Manor. Nobody's answering. Maybe this guy has something to say? He does! Rubio, what do you got to say? Interrogate. Clues. The Buzz. Here we go. Can you tell me more about the 4th issue of The Buzz? Ah, no doubt about it. That was the time when Mr. Cubis made those scathing comments. When I saw that, I trembled with anger. Why, Mr. Rubio? You seem to be a good-natured person. I can be good-natured, officer, but when it comes to someone when someone I cared for is attacked, we may hit the roof, right? The reason that Mr. Cubis implied that he was talking about Sophia in that defamatory issue of The Buzz. Oh, I see. What was the reason why the newspaper closed down? You're very devoted to Sophia. If there's anyone in Rio that deserves devotion, it's Sophia. I only do what it takes to praise my muse, that's all. Looks like you'd do anything to protect her, even cover up the fact that she's one of the main suspects in Brass's death. What? Nonsense, she wouldn't hurt a fly. I heard that Sophia was furious about the newspaper article, and well, its author is dead now. I will not allow Sophia's honor to be offended again. So what will you do? Prove that you're not really as righteous as you claim? Here, this is the key to Sophia's dressing room. We got it! How the fuck does he have that? I'm afraid to ask how we got a hold of this key. Exactly, how did he get that? Bomb, you shouldn't have done that. Go in when she's not there and see for your own eyes that my muse has nothing to hide from your investigation. What was the reason the newspaper closed down? Yes, I couldn't let Mr. Cubis carry on attacking everyone left and right like that. It was not only the newspaper that came to an end. Mr. Cubis never apologized for doing what he did, and he never spoke to each other again. At least not as far as I remember. Anyway, I wish things hadn't ended this way. But... why, somebody had to do something. Someone needed to do something. No one offends Sophia and walks around unscathed. Right, Mr. Rubiaro. Got it. Thank you for sharing this information. Cool. I guess we could take the mirror just in case. Why does he still have a thing above his head? I can show him the key. I've shown him everything. Oh, it was the key I had to show him. Okay. We have a key. We have a key. The one's it, sorry. We have to get these flowers. To get on the good side of Sophia, maybe. Try this place again. Maybe someone's home. Yes, she's home. What have you got to say? I see you got a strong hand to play. Well, start dealing. Ma'am, Miss Capitu, you were seen leaving Brass's house with one of his belongings. As you know, he's my client and the victim of a crime. The belonging was a vinyl record. Yes, exactly. It seems that as soon as you realized you were being watched, you smashed the record on the ground. Some might call it an attempt to destroy evidence. And a sign of contempt for what it represents. Is that what you believe? I won't even start on why I was being watched, detective. Some people believe they can have it all, but some obsessions belong in the past. But the lady doesn't esteem her own past. The life I've led, detective, I cherish everything I've lived through. But the memories of my past and what's in it bring me a certain melancholy, a touch of regret, you see. I can't help but wonder what might have happened had I chosen a different path. Are you referring to your career as a singer? Oh, my career, a secret that doesn't seem to be so well kept anymore. If Ezequiel weren't in the picture, I might have regretted not chasing fame. What about those who long for your return? I've heard from someone the following regarding your talents of your fans. She had indeed a charming voice, and I don't condemn those who long for her return. I trust it was Sophia. I'm very proud of my former student for carrying out my ideals in her own art. I, however, never quite knew how to handle those who, clinging to the past, kept insisting I should return. Especially the financial elite of Rio de Janeiro. Ross was part of it, wasn't he? There weren't many among them who insisted, Detective. What matters is that I found new ways to make myself known in the hearts and minds of the people. There are many ways to change the world, Mr. Detective. Could this have been your path toward the labor strike movement? I had to mingle with the movement to get to you. I know your ties to them are significant. Why don't you open up about it? I know your cause is noble, but know this. If information ever becomes public, I'll retaliate accordingly. No, you don't have to worry, Miss Capitu. I don't intend to coerce you. I only want to confirm the information. After all, for someone of your social status, being involved in such a cause is very unusual. What does mingle mean? Like, casually chatting about things, I guess? However, key members of the movement spoke highly to you, saying, for instance, she supports us anonymously to protect herself against elite big shots like Brass. Ava, who's certainly the one who said it, is sharp and brave. It's a shame our paths don't cross sooner. High Society Detective has its means of self-preservation, with the sole goal of keeping their own privilege for its members. However, I would be seen as a traitor. Which isn't entirely untrue. What do you mean? Detective, are you sure you don't wish to follow a different line of thought? I can offer you other relevant information which may help your case in some other way. If you don't mind, Miss Capitu, I would like to continue from where we are, if you may. If I may. It's just I haven't been myself lately. No secret is safe from Brass. It's very hard to be yourself when you feel that society is looking at you differently all the time. Do you say that because you felt spied on? Do you really believe the feeling of being spied on may have affected my mental state? That I would have taken a more radical action against my enemies just because I was feeling bad? Enemies like your contractor from the afterlife, Brass Cubus? My instincts don't fail me, Detective. They may have. I know I'm being watched. Could you be in on it? No, Miss Capitu. I mean, I'm an investigator, not a spy. The one behind it is your husband, Ben. He was driven to do it by jealousy. Oh, Benito. But Bentino. Tisk. Detective, we mentioned many characters in our conversation so far, and Ben, my own husband, only appeared now. Yet another sign of the distance between us and our crumbling marriage. You're still a great mystery to him, Miss Capitu, in Ben's own words. It's impossible to trust someone with so many secrets. She's hiding someone from me. I could feel it. I remembered the yo part. I did. It's hard to pronounce. And do you believe what I'm hiding from him is crime, Mr. Detective? In that case, Miss Capitu, are you Brass Cubus's murderer? Bentigno, like any other lawyer, is a cynical, conspiratorial mind. He never trusted the woman he chose to spend his life with, and he's jealous of his own son. He sent Ezequiel off to a seminary just to keep him away from me. Bentigno. I have trouble pronouncing it. I'm not good. I'm just gonna call him Ben. Seemed incapable of accepting me as a woman in control of her own life. His desire for me is so overwhelming that it prevents him from truly having me. As for Brass, they're both oppressors. Brass threatened to expose my involvement in the strike and my identity as the mysterious diva if I didn't return to that role. Bentigno. You forget. There's only so much a woman can endure, Detective. Smashing a record on the floor almost seems like a remarkably controlled counterattack, doesn't it? And how will I know that a broken vinyl is all the defense you carried out? You might never know, Detective. I admit that Brass's death has brought me some relief. I feel now that I could be myself. A shame that this shall happen behind bars. No matter how closely you watch, there's always a surprise waiting, investigator. Even men considered good can join forces with the bad when it comes to self-preservation, isn't that the truth?
Huh.
Would you look at that, if it isn't my neighbor, Capitu? In good spirits, huh? What's gotten into you? Nothing, my dear, except for the marvelous voice of the mysterious diva. I spent the entire night listening to her record. Such moving harmonies. Only an inveterate fan could comprehend such a talent, or the mysterious diva herself. Brass, you're despicable. Have some discretion. We were talking about things of the past. That chapter of my life is closed for good. I thought I made it clear that you should let it go once and for all. Haha, impossible, my dear. The mysterious diva deserves to be back on the spotlight, and if it's up to me, this will happen. Brass, you fool, you better not give up. You better give up this idea of yours before... Before what? People learn your other secrets? For example, that you're the one sponsoring the strikers? How did you know that? It doesn't matter. What matters is that no one but me has to know if you revive your career. You despicable old man. Someone needs to put an end to your ruses. Oh, we gotta go get the key again. Alright, got another motive. Capitu, did you manage to speak with her? I wish I had this chance. I figured you wouldn't have any troubles, detective. You've been doing well. But it is all true. I always idolized Capitu, our mysterious diva. To me, she represented everything beautiful and deserving of preservation in art. However, as it happens in life, the greatest talents, when not protected, isolated, are lost with time. In Capitu's case, always in command, she herself was the one to abdicate her precious gift. Also, she could live a quiet life, denying her light to the world. Tisk tisk. Yes, I did it. I have no regrets. I did what had to be done so that Capitu returned to where she shouldn't have left, music. I threatened to expose her, yes, as the sponsor of the strike, as told by Ava, and as the mysterious diva, as told by Sophia. Wouldn't you have done the same, detective, if you could? Capitu, impetuous, threatened by her own past, went to my house and stole the record I carefully kept. You're famous? You are famous, diva. And she did it as a demonstration, did she not? That she would take no audacities from me, that she would give me a taste of my own medicine if necessary. It does seem like something Capitu would do. It would be strange to think that Capitu, having channeled her anger in destroying one of my treasures, should need more than that. Would she have need to kill me after destroying the part of me I liked the most? At the same time, breaking a record might not have been enough to consume all the hate she had for me. After all, you heard it from Capitu herself. I admit that Brass's death had brought me some relief. If Capitu was or wasn't the one responsible for this relief, we may never know. An incomplete and mysterious ending, much like the very person it frames. Bravo, detective. Your sagacity revealed many hidden layers in this convoluted story. Now, maybe it's time to consider that certain revelations may come at a high cost. Think carefully before taking a step further. Excellent. Alright, we'll go get that key again. Give me the key. Yay. Okay. Oh, we need the flowers too. Almost forgot. Okay, we'll just wait outside the bar that she plays at for her to come. I think that's fair. Midnight Club. When does she arrive? There she is. Take the flowers. Yeah, I don't know if we need to be in the dressing room. But I think we have things to ask her about. Can we talk about the 4th issue of the newspaper, The Buzz? Oh honey, finally asking the right questions. That rag achieved its goal. It created a ton of buzz, even the name is annoying. Brass probably lived attached to old memories and couldn't recognize the many greatnesses of our time. For example, moi. 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 You're not modest at all, huh? About these memories of Brass. Yeah, you're not modest at all. Don't be naive, detective. You need to know your value. That's what my singing teacher used to say. You had classes, you said that your talent is natural. A gem like me, even with all its inner glow, needs to be lapidated to reach perfection. That's why I sought classes with the greatest artists of our time. About these memories of Brasses. To whom do you think he was referring to when he praised the singers of yesteryear? He was more your friend than he was mine, detective. You should have paid more attention. Actually, I never met him when he was alive. In any case, after this issue, the newspaper was discontinued. There are still well-intended people willing to add a demoiselle. Well-intentioned. To whom do you refer? Just connect the dots, monsieur. Wait for her to leave. There you go. And now you can open it. Let's go. Look at these gifts. Flowers, chocolate, strawberries, passionate letters. Such devotion, huh? There you go. Gift from Sophia's fans. I wonder what these fans wouldn't do to defend her. A good portion of these gifts are from Rubiaro. I wonder what Chris Straw thinks about this. Sophia is a woman of refined tastes. Not an expert on fabrics, but these seem to be of great quality. An old poster. It's the mysterious diva. Wonder how many people knew the identity behind that mask. This is where the stars get ready. Wait, what's this? She definitely didn't like my client. Alright, so it was just those gifts, I think. Alright. Probably can't speak to Rubiaro now. I'm happy to start a new day. We'll go ask him about those gifts. A statement from Rubiaro regarding the captivating Sophia. Why am I not surprised? But let's hear it. It's not like I could do much from where we're standing. I mean, where I stand. Someone needs to do something. No one offends Sophia and walks out unscathed. Rubiao said that? Peaceful, sweet Rubiao? Impressive how this passion for Sophia could provoke such an aggressive reaction in the otherwise placid Rubiao. If we think about it, Rubiao and his adoration are just weapons that Sophia has at her disposal. Capitu said that Sophia brought an end to the buzz all because she took offense at the opinions I expressed. I didn't tell any lies, detective. Sophia shouldn't have been so frail. Rubiao, on the other hand, shouldn't be so easily manipulated and impudent. His time with Kinkas apparently didn't teach him anything. Sophia has Rubiao eating out of the palm of her hand. Certainly, that's how she managed to bring an end to my newspaper. But that doesn't necessarily mean she was responsible for the crime committed against me, not in the least. We need to investigate Sophia even further, detective. I feel there's more to uncover about her. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Have a look what Rubiao has to say about all of his fan presents and stuff. His gifts. I saw that most gifts to Sophia had been given by the same person, you. I'm good at this. Thank you. I mean, I think I've played, like, I don't know. I think the save said 14 hours of this, so yeah. Care to tell me more about it, or do I need to dig into it? What? There's nothing to say, officer. Everyone likes to get chocolate, flowers, jewelry. I mean, gifts that can make them happy. Sophia needed some joy after the bloody article. I feel that she was taken aback somehow. You mean Brass's article on the buzz? Yes, you can't treat a lady that way, especially someone so special like Sophia. Okay. That's the only thing he said, really? Okay, we'll take these items just in case. I don't think. I don't know, unless I can speak to Sophia again, maybe. Let's try. Wait for her to come back and say something to her. When does she get back? There you go. She doesn't have anything. That's annoying. Okay. Next. So we can check the harbor. Oh, what do you got to say? Chris, I would like to... Mr. Chris Straw, detective. Sure, Mr. Chris Straw. I would like to ask you about the issue number 4 of the Buzz. That newspaper Brass Cubis had created. Are you sure? I'm sure you know which one I'm referring to. Detective, are you really provoking an alpha such as myself? Oh my god, he's an alpha! Regardless of your intention, I can tell you that, whatever the context, it is all BS in a failed little newspaper. If I was the one managing that crap, it would definitely be a success. Ask him about his podcast. With all due respect, this issue is supposedly about your wife, Sophia Straw. Now, that was very vindictive, detective. Supposedly, it was about Sophia. And since nothing has been proven, I don't have to lower myself to gossip. I have business to attend to. Including with Brass Cubus himself, isn't it? Obviously, if Brass Cubus was capable of coming up with an idea that interests me, there'd be no reason to say no. Sophia not being happy about it isn't a good reason to let une bonne opportunity pass by. the fucking French. Time is up. Oh, I had something else to ask him about. The French. Okay. I was waiting to see if the lawyer came back, but he didn't.
Huh.
Who are we meant to speak about these things? Have a look. We gotta go show more people this, so we gotta show that Chris Straw this and someone else. And I wonder who we ask about that. There's a few things that we haven't worked out who to show them to yet, still. Check the church again. Nothing new with him. Could try the industrial block. Check the lawyer. Nothing new from him. Damn it. Oh, she's got something. What do you have to say? The Buzz. Miss Ava, are you familiar with the context of the first issue of the newspaper The Buzz? Oh, this is the first issue. What do you have to say about it? Listen, we may be just workers, but we're well informed. I know very well what's in that issue. It's the one that says that damned Lobo is afraid of the number 13. And would you be able to... Hey, you know what? You just gave me an idea. What if we created a manifest, the manifest titled The 13 Demands? A summary of changes and demands of the working class. I bet Lobo would tremble head to toe, or better yet, from paw to snout. I didn't... That wasn't my intention. Thanks for your service to the cause, detective. Is that really all she has? Nothing from them. I'm running out of people to talk to. There's only so many people in this game. Try the hopper. Hurry up with your argument. Okay, he doesn't have anything to say. And this guy. I visited your wife Sophia's dressing room and couldn't help but notice the amount of gifts she receives. Does that bother you? Detective, my wife's the light of Rio de Janeiro's eyes, as you and everyone else knows. I'm not bothered by the devotion of Sophia's fans to her hobby. If I were to worry about her fans and the press are always on top of her, I wouldn't do anything else with my life. Of course, there are times when they cross the line. Do they? How? Fans have nothing in their heads. Crazy people. They complain about everything. If I'm in the pictures with her, I'm an opportunist. If I'm not, it's because I don't pay her any attention. See? Crazy. Last night, there was a commotion at the Midnight Club. I don't really know what happened since I had my own business to attend to, but from what I heard, the fans wanted to end the man. What happened? Look, I don't quite see what. I was worried about the important thing. The important things. Je suis only one. Maybe if I was up on the scene from the stage, you could have seen what really happened. Oh. Only one person can tell me what happened last night at the Midnight Club. Okay. Luckily, I arrived right on time to keep the worst from happening in there. Mr. Chris Straw, do you have anything to say about the stage at the Midnight Club? You must be kidding me. It's where the singers perform, you imbecile. What else is there to know? Would you say that anyone performing from that stage has a full view from the club? I think so. I'm not a stage person, detective. People go on stage to satisfy me, and not the other way around. That's how it is. Okay. I don't think we're going to... Okay, I think we're gonna have to talk to Sophia again. So we'll get the flowers. I wonder what happens if you try and get the flowers while the woman's walking nearby. Like, it could be like a secret achievement or something. There's your flowers, ma'am. Okay. Miss Sophia, I heard that you receive a lot of gifts from your fans. You've certainly received bonbons, candies, chocolate boxes, isn't that right? Oh, Monsieur, I'm used to receiving gifts from my fans, if I can call them that. Specifically the kind and always endearing Rubiaro. His name's Rubiaro, right? I really think he may be capable of anything for me. Alright, here we go. View from the stage at the Midnight Club. What happened last night? Miss Sophia, I hope you've warmed up because I'd like to hear you sing. Really, Monsieur? I heard that last night there was some trouble at the Midnight Club and it seems that you had a privileged view of the place from the stage. A person who wanted to contribute to the law would certainly have a thing or two to say about it in this situation. Your sources must have dried out, honey. My fans are of the highest order. They don't get involved in troubles at nightclubs. And if by any chance something bad had occurred, it certainly wouldn't make a lasting impression on me. When I enter the stage, Mr. Detective, nothing takes me out of it. Your words seem very well rehearsed, Miss Sophia, as expected of an artist. However, if something threatened your performance, how would you react? Because I heard this. We can say that Sophia never backs down when she's disrespected. How demeaning, loose quotations and inquiries that don't go anywhere. Then again, what should I have expected from someone like you? A truculent henchman who serves brass. Dang. Don't say that. Henchman offends me, Sophia. And speaking of offences, let's talk about your spat with my boss, as you've put it. Did it start when he offended you in the 4th issue of The Buzz? Oh please, detective. Spat, what an old and wrong description. What I had with brass doesn't even deserve a footnote, much less a newspaper issue. Some people in this town try to impose what art is for them, and they think their money makes their opinion more valuable than the others. People like Cubus, in my opinion, are heading towards extinction. One of Brass's many privileges was the audience he had in life, don't you agree? What did you do when you got a hold of the 4th issue of The Buzz? Do you remember? How did you handle Cubus's attacks? How I handled it? Why? What do you expect? It's enough to say that proper countermeasures were taken. And, as you certainly know, the newspaper, just like Brass's progeny, was extinct. Proper countermeasures? I assume you're talking about Rubiao, right? After all, his devotion to you is what ended The Buzz, isn't it? It was himself who said, someone needed to do something, no one offends Sophia and walks out unscathed. Monsieur, this dance with no music is boring me. What do you say we end this here? I'll even give you an autographed photo. What do you say, honey? End? But Miss Sophia, we're just starting. Maybe your fans were swayed by hand waves and crumbs of attention, but I'm different. Besides, isn't it usually you who receives gifts, treats from your dedicated audience? Yes, of course, monsieur. My fans are very passionate, and also, it's not uncommon for them to take my sorrows as their own. You wouldn't want to have one of them as an enemy, oh no. Don't worry about me, Sophia Straw. I know how well supported your audience makes you feel. But we can't say the same about your spouse, right? After all, your husband stated this. I'm not bothered by the devotion of Sophia's fans to her hobby. That's sad, isn't it? I'm sorry, monsieur. I'm not used to crying out of the stage. I would be lying if I said I'm not disappointed in Chris for how he ignores my art. But what depresses me the most is how he joined in with Brass, who expressly opposed me. And for what? Greed. What don't men do for money? Miss Sophia, I didn't mean to make you cry. Do you accept a handkerchief? Keep your handkerchief to yourself, detective. I'm not shedding a single tear for all of you again. You won't extinguish the light of my star. But I'll tell you something that may help you, detective. Chris did something useful at least once by arranging to get Brass kicked out of the club last night. Kicked out? For what reason? From the stage, I could see that Brass was causing problems at the bar, certainly outraged with my performance. Chris, in what must have been a lapse of reason, must have provoked my audience to antagonize that troublemaker. Antagonize? What would your fans be capable of, Miss Sophia? Would your followers have the courage to murder Brass Cubus, the man who muffled the music in your life? If so, you may very well be linked to this crime. What my fans did or didn't do, detective, is none of my business. If you're capable of proving one of them committed this act, I'll gladly take the blame. Good luck with that, monsieur. I have fame. When was the last time you've seen a famous person suffering the consequences of their actions, being them proven or not? However, I confirm that my fans clearly knew of my distaste for Brass. What can I do if someone did what was necessary to silence Brass Cubus once and for all? The way you rallied your fans into feeling the same spite you felt towards Brass Cubus resulted in his death. You may consider yourself a queen in this town, Sophia Straw, but your crown shall fall as soon as everyone finds out about your involvement in this crime. That's why. Oi, can't you see that my cup is empty? One more. And now we present Sophia Straw. Yay, Sophia. I can't believe it. Her 15 minutes of fame aren't over yet, are they? Good evening, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Question? Yes, what is your question? It's always an honor for me to perform here in this warm club. Do I know who Triple T is? Yes. Good evening for you, maybe. Right, little girl? Warm is the management of this place. It's the management of this place being stingy with the refrigeration. Who is it? Tung 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 soho. Let's get started. I'll start with a new song. I know you enjoy it. Oh no, girl. No one came here to listen to this type of modern nonsense. Isn't it, my friend, huh? The mysterious diva was the good one. She knew what real music sounds like. Boo. We want the mysterious diva. Boo. I know where she is. I can get her if you like. Security? Where's security? Chris, my dear, would you please sort out the commotion back there? I'm on it, my love. I'll sort it out. Oi, big men, could you be more useful than this wall for a change? Oh look, it seems we have a troublemaker in our club. Standing ovation from the fans. That's it, Sophia. Don't let it slide. Get him out of here. And if one of my many fans were to do something to him, I wouldn't stop them, no. Hehehe. Let's play this song. Okay.
Huh.
So she could have done it, like, just through her fans. Yes, it makes sense, Detective. If we are investigating Sophia Straw, sooner or later, our line of questioning would arrive at Chris Straw. He commented on the gifts given to Sophia by her fans. And what does the greatest man in Rio de Janeiro's business have to say about this big devotion of his wife's fans? I'm not bothered by the devotion of Sophia fans to her hobby. Oh yes, of course, Chris's statement is a blasé declaration of indifference, being true to his personality. Not very different from Chris's other attitudes concerning her career and by extension his own wife. A curious indifference, that of Chris's, when we remember that his wife is one of the city's most wanted women for whatever reason. Yeah, this guy's an asshole. It always gets me thinking, the living aren't very good in valuing their wins and conquests, isn't that so, Detective? I still remember Sophia up there on the Midnight Club stage, dazzling as the star she is. But regardless, Chris's comment, aside from his lack of interest in his wife, hides something that is valuable to our case. Notice how he mentions the fans' devotion to our special little singer. Devotion, a rather powerful feeling, is it not? This very feeling that we had previously attributed to Rubiao, Sophia's husband claims that it also controls her followers. It might be difficult to imagine sweet Rubiao, or even a delicate Sophia, committing a gruesome crime like the one committed against me. However, what you say about the anonymous mass that compose the diva's devoted fans. Is it difficult to believe that there aren't dozens among Sophia's followers that wouldn't like to assassinate me? When we put together this fact and Sophia's powerful influence over them and the hate she apparently has for me, it all adds up. I feel we're close, Detective, very close to an ending for this plot. Continue our investigation on Sophia. Make her sing, Detective. Not all the harmony in the world will impede her from telling the truth. And what else? Finally, this opera comes to an end. What did our diva, Sophia, tell us, Detective? What can I do if someone that did what was necessary to silence brass cubist once and for all? I know Sophia wouldn't have had the courage to revenge on me on her own. They say artists are a courageous lot because of the way they expose their hearts and souls to everyone to see. But I can see that this courage fades right where the spotlight can't reach. She didn't have the guts to make me pay, not on her own, isn't it, Sophia? Of course, silencing me once and for all. Oh yes, because in order to be the apple of the city's eye, she must be nothing than a perfect little girl. Because of my crusade in favor of values of yesteryear, you've always regarded me as an enemy of the arts. But you are mistaken, dear Sophia. When in life, I was but its staunch defender. That fateful last night, when you got me kicked out of the welcoming midnight club, you knew the true reason behind my acts. But it made no difference to you. Very well, my dear Sophia. You are still alive, and I hope you live for much longer. This is the only way you'll see which one of us was right. Well done, detective. The show must go on. Yippee! You proved that there was something else that needed to be unveiled. Aren't you satisfied yet? Very well. Go on with your quixotic search for the truth. I don't know that word. Quixotic. Alright, what have we got left? What do we have to show people? Talking to Bakamate about pharmacy lights. Maybe we gotta speak to Bakamate. No, we found this talking to Bakamate. Maybe we still should show that to Bakamate. And what is this one? We could try showing that to Bakamate. Alright. Yeah, we haven't seen Bakamate for a while. We can try him. We haven't found much on Sabina. Everyone else. Dr. Bakamate needs more. Chris Straw needs more. What can we find out more about Sabina? I'm going to go to the Casa Verde and wait for Bakamate to talk to him. We haven't spoken to him for a little bit. There he is. What have you got to say? Do you consider yourself a methodic person, Dr. Bakamate? I had the chance to see your schedule's content recently. I was very impressed. Impressed with my simple organization? Mental disorganization, detective, is a huge indicator of mental loss of control. If you can't balance your own day, how will you balance your life? I don't know, for sure. To me, every day looks a bit like the other. Like the other, you say? Do you catch yourself always doing the same things? Do you have difficulties differentiating what happened in the past, present, and future? I guess so. Actually, I wouldn't say I have a future exactly, or a past. Fascinating. Dr. Bakamate, were you downtown last night? Yes. I was with the pharmacist, as usual. I was negotiating a new lot of medicines for Casa Verde. Thank you, Doctor. Based on that, You have a habit of asking extremely obvious questions, detective. Such trait belongs to manipulative or dissimulative personalities. Such personalities find themselves frequently asking the obvious with the goal of testing the people around them. Do you consider yourself a dissimulative person? Of course not. Which is exactly what a dissimulative person would say. Mental note, patient, in addition to dissimulation, presents a high risk of innocence failing for simple logical tricks. Would you like to reword? Do you consider yourself to be a dissimulative person? Oh. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, we failed. He locked us up forever. He locked us up forever. Okay, we've spoken to Dr. Bacamarte now. Oh my god, what do we need to do? Maybe I need to get a hint soon. Try Rubio again. I feel like we just spoke to him though. I wonder what the mirror does. What have we done with the mirror? Oh yeah, there was the lockpick. What can I open with this? That's a good one. I forgot all about the lockpick. Where can we go with this lockpick? A lock? We can unlock a lock? Probably. I think you're right. Okay. Well, let's get this lock. Pick. And what is locked? Shown in the room before. What was the thing that gave us the... What was the thing that gave us the lockpick? Oh, it was this. You just have to go through it. All the other people, like, once you've gotten something from them, they're like, have an option just to get it again. But no, you gotta speak to this guy. What can we unlock? What about... I have a little theory. Is this thing like a locked thing? Yeah. Let's try that. Oh, that's not right. Oh, it's locked, but I have a lockpick. Ah. Look at yourself in the mirror. On shrimp, thank you. I wonder... Maybe we can get in the pharmacy? It doesn't let us do it? Oh, yeah, there was a key there, wasn't there? I might need to get a hint next loop around. I have no idea what to use this lockpick on. Maybe a lock? I'm trying! I'm trying. There's nothing to open. It's absolutely nothing. Oh! It's this cabinet? What do we get? New clue. Plus array. Yes! We got it just in time. It was right there, next to the guy who gave us the lockpick. That's stupid. Okay, we have a new clue. It does suck, especially seeing as there's so many locked doors. There is so many locked doors in this game. Okay, let's see who could say things about this medicine. Probably the pharmacy guy. Nothing. Who are we asking about? There's 3 people. Well, I guess we could try Dr. Bakamate, we could try Kinkas, and we can try... Maybe the guy at the harbor, because they were the ones that had, like, the plaster and stuff. Or whatever it is. Aha! What have we got? There we go. Christra, what can you tell me about plus array? Plus array? Well, Kotra must have let it slip, but the careless fool. As you've been to Casa Verde, my product is a huge success over there, but I know that it is a strong medicine. I don't recommend you take it unless you have a prescription, eh? Of course you're the one behind the plaster, eh? The distribution being handled by Coachroom up to Casa Verde, along with that suspicious shipment arriving at the harbour, and all that fraudulent fragrance that miracle medications exhale. It's all coming together. After all, it's only watered sugar, or better yet, cane molasses. And if that wasn't enough, your label resembles that of another Brass Cubus's plaster. And what could you possibly do against me? Look here, my success is guaranteed, especially with Brass's death. That fool never suspected I was tricking him. Yes, I stole his idea and created Plaster. The plaster never even came to be. Copy of plaster. It's tough trying to figure out who's the biggest rascal here. But what about the flask found next to Brass's body? What? That? As simple a sample I got him, tricking him to thinking his idea had a future. Don't think you'll get away with this, Chris. That's Mr. Chris Straw for you, Monsieur Straw. What are you going to do, huh? Call the police? I'm not afraid of cops, you insignificant little detective. What if I tell you your only client? What if I tell your only client, Dr. Bakamate? Wait, what? Wait. Come on, there's no need to fret. What do you want to ruin my enterprise? Well, bien. I found your Achilles heel. Let's hear what Dr. Bakamate thinks of all this. Wait and see. In your dreams, you'll never catch me. What if I tell Coachroom? Would you be afraid of that poor bastard? Why would I be afraid of that poor bastard? He may be big, but he lacks the guts. He wouldn't lay a finger on me for the fear of consequences. Okay. Alright. Let's tell Coachroom. Mr. Coachroom, something tells me you can help me with a certain medicine that's been circulating around. Heh, me? Why do you think that? What medicine are you talking about? I'm not a doctor. You don't have to be. I'm referring to a product named Plaster. Plaster? Have you heard of it? It's in everyone's mouth, and I wish it was just because they're talking about it. But they're talking, right? That's what matters. That's what every merchandise needs to sell well. Whoever's behind it is getting some dough. Okay, so he doesn't care. Okay, I guess we'll try Bakamate. What's he doing there? He's just waiting. Alright, we'll go to Casa Verde. There's a medical substance in circulation known as Plaster. Are you familiar with it, Kinkus? Could you tell me more about it? I've used it, yes. The formula is so sweet that at first I thought it was a refreshing beverage. I kept thinking if they carbonated it and served it cold, it would be a very popular sparkling beverage. But what are we saying, Kinkus? What, that medicine will turn into a drink? What an absurd idea. That's why they won't let me leave this place. That's all he had. What have we got? Okay, we gotta see Dr. Bakamate. Wait for him to show up. There he is. Dr. Bakamate, were you downtown last night? Oh, this is the same thing. Why is this one not marking off? I wonder why this one doesn't mark off. Oh, here we go. I'm a person with little imagination. Maybe it's because we just haven't done all the options. I have to believe you. My sincerity detecting machine is broken. I won't be able to check your affirmation. It seems you're in luck, detective. Okay, there you go. It's marked off. Dr. Bacamarte, I could observe that among the medicines used by Casa Verde is one known by the trade name Placere. Placere. What do you know about the substance? Mental note, check on the institution's cabinet security and if there was any violation. The question about our pharmacy is quite unusual, but I'll answer it to satisfy your desire, detective. All medicines go through a rigorous method of evaluation. It's called Dr. Bacamarte. Dr. Bacamarte? You mean you named the mythology after you? Incorrect. I would never make such a gesture of egotism to name a creation. I see you got confused, detective. Confusion is something very common among patients in your clinical stage. What I meant was that the method of evaluation was myself, Dr. Bacamarte. All medicines need to be approved by me. I observe the color, consistency, smell, and even taste. I know that nothing goes unnoticed by Dr. Bacamarte. So you confirmed that you approved the Placere, correct? Evidently so. Just like all other medicines used in our institution, Placere went through my rigorous evaluation. I can vehemently attest that Placere is a certified medication widely used throughout our institution. Interesting. Did that plaster also go through the same evaluation criteria? Don't be naive, detective. The supposed plaster was nothing more than a description, a product of Brass Cubus's disturbed mind. In this case, a laboratory analysis wasn't even necessary. The history of fraud by the author of the plaster excluded the need for a posteriori evaluation. I would never accept such an affront in Casa Verde's pharmacy. Dr. Bacamarte, I have some awful news for you. See, this is not a criticism of you. According to my investigation, the plaster is part of Casa Verde's medicine because it and Placere are the same thing. Mental note, patient's illness is evolving. Far-fetched theories are being conjectured. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation with yourself, but I can prove it. Why, detective? Let me guess. You'll use Brass and Mr. Coachram's merely the product's delivery man kinship as proof? Correct? Quite the opposite. Coachram had no clue what happened. He was used only, as you said yourself, as a mere delivery man. In reality, not even Brass Cubus knew about it, since he was also being fooled by his own business partner, Chris Straws, Placere's manufacturer. As far as I know, both medicines are nothing but the same formula of water and sugar and the promise to bring relief to the melancholy of its consumers. Taking advantage of your feud with Brass, he smuggled the Placere to Casa Verde, saying it was a competitor of the plaster. Smuggled? So my suspicions were true. Fascinating. It implies that all this time I've been deceived, just like that fool Brass Cubus. Placere is the plaster. This means that all of this was nothing but a fraud. That's what I discovered, Doctor. Everyone can make mistakes. My inexhaustible intelligence was surpassed by mere opportunists. All this time I've seen myself as Rio de Janeiro's beacon of science and consciousness, but I was blind. My rigorous criteria are then nothing more than prejudices. My cognitive ability is just normal. Of all the deviations from sanity, mine was apparently the most prominent. Pride. And not only that, if based on my analysis of Casa Verde's patients who were admitted, this proof of my insanity invalidates them all. I acted like a coward, leaving myself at the mercy of the powerful to keep Casa Verde secure. Acted like a coward, leaving myself at the mercy of the powerful to keep Casa Verde. Security, security, release all patients. Might this be the end of Casa Verde? Oh my god. What did he mean by at the mercy of the powerful? No, not yet. Brass and all of them, they'll never achieve the end of Casa Verde. Because even if I free everyone, there's still one patient who deserves this place. Oh my. There's only one inpatient who needs to be here. Myself. The doctor, Bakamate. Oh my god, he believes he's crazy. He's not even a doctor. Leave, you're all healed. Oh no. I'll take revenge on those who put me here. Let's go, Kinkas. Thank you for your explanation, detective. Now leave me alone. Oh my god, they're out. They're free. Oh, good boy. We have things to do. Okay, I wonder what happens if we go back to the park. I needed an update. He's going to get revenge on his incarcerator, but where? Where was his incarcerator? We discovered that last time. Who did that? Does anyone remember who incarcerated him? It was the lawyer, wasn't it? We've run out of time. Yeah. Where's the lawyer at that time of night? It's hard to recall everything. Yeah, it was last week. Seems you finally made it to Casa Verde and Dr. Bakamate. So, what secrets did he and his fortress reveal? Being dead doesn't diminish my curiosity. What did he have to say about Chris and his schemes? Plaster A is the plaster. This means that all of this was nothing but a fraud. What a crook. I can't wait for Chris to come to his place. I'll show him. Come to this place. I'll show him. What about this plaster A, huh? Bakamate, who was always opposed to the plaster, fell for it like a fool. I barely feel as bad for being cheated by Chris out of it. Even if Bakamate, in his greatest knowledge of modern science, was fooled by him. You did well, detective, in getting such precious information. We couldn't have done it without Kotram's help. He was the one who opened the doors of Casa Verde to us. Remind me to thank that brute later. I mean, never mind. Now, let's think about this for a second. If Placer A was but a copy of the plaster and Placer A was molasses-based, was the plaster also made from the same ingredients? I bet it was. Shameless. That would explain all those barrels. This is something a crook like Straw would certainly be capable of doing. Well, fine. I was prepared for that, as long as the plaster was selling. Wait, the plaster was never produced? That little flask was merely a ruse to deceive me? The shame of being double-crossed by a second-rate cheat such as Chris is beyond measure. The killer was Tung 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 Sohor? No, Triple T. What is the importance now? What is of importance now is that we have even more reasons to believe that Chris was the one responsible for my demise. Georgie? He's yelling. Not only was he ambitious and treacherous, as Kotram told us, he hasn't forgotten about the plaster. If he had, he wouldn't have created such a silly simulation of my product, which he himself sabotaged, as we now know. Chris may be officially guilty, and there is only one way we could set the record straight. Go to Chris Straw. He may be cunning and slippery, but when he's concerned by the truth, he will have nowhere to flee to. We have to work out where does Where does Kinkas run off to? Gotta wait for Bakamate again. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Make him freak out. Fuck yeah. Plaster is a copy of Brass Cubus's plaster. Yes, you were fooled. Your righteous criteria is nothing more than a prejudice and disturbances of your mind. It's not possible. What did I do? Security, security, free all patients. There you go. 10 p.m. Okay. Does he say we have things to do? Okay, where the fuck do you go? Where does he go? Maybe it's this guy's house? Where the fuck does he go? You've only got such a short amount of time. Let's get a hint. Must congratulate you, Detective. You made Dr. Bakamate realize his own madness, and now he's confined himself. We've learned that his greatest fear was the end of Casa Verde, but this must have its own reasons besides his oddness. After all, he's always been extremely rational. Maybe someone as powerful as he is can give some answers. I guess we can try the politician dude. Because honestly, yeah, like, I have no idea where... I heard that Casa Verde could be ending. Is that true, Mr. Secretary? Do you know anything about it? Yes, attentive voter, the future of the institution was uncertain. If you asked me a few days ago, I would confirm it. Let's just say some controversial opinions were raised about Casa Verde. The public opinion was totally split. Any politician knows this isn't good. Really? And what was the source of that controversial opinion? Was Brass behind it? He was, above all else, very controversial. Well said, dear voter, he was, as in, he is no more. Just like the possible ending of Casa Verde. What changed there? You know, dear voter, sometimes things in politics must change so that everything remains as it is. Some agreements were made for the good of the city. Soon, you won't need to worry about the strike, much like the concession for Casa Verde, which is guaranteed. Dr. Bakamate knows what needs to be done. The institution are all working as usual. A vote for Lobo is a vote for maintenance. Oh, I see. So it was the concession for Casa Verde that was in danger. Even the greatest castles need permission to stand. Wonder who we show that. Mr. Lobo Neves, you had a hand in the case of the concession of Casa Verde, didn't you? What can you tell me about that? Yes, Casa Verde, a most valuable institution for Rio de Janeiro. It's only natural that I have a hand in it, you see. Lobo Neves' progress. Lobo Neves' science. All I did was come up with a new agreement for the concession. It was almost expired. Nothing more. Nothing more? Okay, show one more person the concession. And I guess maybe Berkamate we show that too. Maybe. There we go. Dr. Bacamarte, I would like to talk to you about your greatest creation, the Casa Verde. Mental note, patient is still affected by the illusion of being a private detective. Condition aggravating? Doctor, the deceased Brass was one of Casa Verde's many critics. He even compared it to a prison. An accusation coming from a big shot like Cubas can probably affect more than just the popular view of the place. Irrelevant detective, this kind of pushing, cheap, unscientific populist cannot damage my image in any way, I mean Casa Verde's. Would Galileo have lost his faith in his truth when beset by ignorance? But in this case, Doc, maybe you're not the role of the misunderstood genius, you're the persecutor. Mr. Cochran, for example, commented this about the dispute between you and Brass Cubas. Brass criticized Casa Verde. He liked poking the bear, so he poked the most dangerous bear in town. Coachram sees the world through his limitations. People fear what they don't know. It was my wish that everyone enjoyed some time at Casa Verde to learn of its benefits. Benefits? Being cloistered and watched constantly? Being received treatments that are rather questionable? What are these benefits? Questionable? Did you perhaps make this offer of voluntary commitment to Brass Cubas? After all, Miss Ava testified like this, mentioning your characteristics. It was only his coldness, his self-control, and his self-discipline that stopped him from immediately responding to Brass's provocation. Detective, I'm starting to get uncomfortable with your insinuations. What is this? An emotional reaction from Dr. Bacamarte? Emotional? What are you talking about? Science and reason always have and always will guide my life. Always, Doctor? Was there not a time in the past when other passions occupied your mind? I worked hard to get rid of the chains that feelings impose upon men, really hard. You interrupt this inquiry now, I'll let you go with a plenty of mental soundness diagnosis. You're having PMS. What do you say? I'd rather continue. We still have matters of the heart to go through. Now tell me, is it true that in the plaster's case you also acted guided by your emotions? Was your refusal of this medicine simply because of your enemy's involvement, the recently murdered Brass Cubas? Was it proven already that he was murdered? Actually no, but it doesn't invalidate what I was going to say. Your enmity with Brass was such that you refused the plaster, and you accepted Placere with open arms, even though it has the exact same shoddy formula. What? But how is it possible for your institution to have a lasting future when its director, a so-called beacon of reason, has the reality of a man guided purely by his instincts? It is evident the end of Casa Verde is inevitable. What the dedication to a place in the ideal it represents won't do to a man, huh? For what we believe in, we're capable of doing anything. Your most distinguished patient, none other than Quincas Borba, said this about your wife, Ava and Lobo Neves. He threw her to the wolves in exchange for his most beloved possession. You know what he's referring to, don't you? Yes, I do, Detective. Of course I do. You would commit Ava, your own wife, Nevez's political enemy, in exchange for what? And in exchange for what? A guarantee to the concession of Casa Verde for a few years more. How could a man do this to his own wife? Were you motivated by Ava's divorce application? The man entirely moved by reason? Huh. Again, you're right, Detective. Having been capable of doing all you've done to protect Casa Verde, wouldn't you be capable of ending Brass Cubus's life? Casa Verde is my life project, and nothing can make me disbelieve in the good it represents for humanity. Neither Brass nor anyone will take Casa Verde from me. It is my life, and I'll do anything to protect it. I am Casa Verde, and Casa Verde is me. If this is madness, then you can lock me up with it. I see no other fate than this one, Dr. Bacamarte. Being locked in your own Casa Verde was always your fate, even more so after this crime, therefore. Mr. Cubus, you came to Casa Verde looking for help, I understand. However, the usual process of admission involves other steps. Come, let's begin. Dr. Bacamarte, take your robot hands off me. I'm only here to set Kinkas free from this dungeon you manage. Careful with that tongue when you speak of Casa Verde. We are a serious institution. Discharging patient 157 would be very unwise, given his current state. Your very presence worsens the patient's poor condition, thus, by our regulations, it isn't allowed. Nurses, help Cubus find the exit. Very well, Dr. Bacamarte. I got the message. If your institution is beneficial as you say it is, certainly you won't deny me 5 minutes to say farewell to the patient. Yes, we are a beneficial institution. Cubus, I give you 1 minute, not a second more. It's enough. Kinkas, take this. Come on, wake up. I know you're in there. Take this key, guard it with you. There are only 3 doors between you and freedom. Do you understand? I hope you do the right thing. Your time's up, Mr. Cubus. It's time to put an end to this disrespect of Casa Verde once and for all. There we go. Very well, Detective. Let's finish this plot. So, Detective, you confronted Bacamarte and survived. Impressive, truly impressive. I'm amazed at your success. And longing for answers, what did we uncover? What did he tell you? Neither Brass nor anyone will take Casa Verde from me. It's my life and I'll do anything to protect it. We'll do anything to protect it. I can certainly believe that, spoken like a true madman. What could have caused such a troubled man to abandon his steadfast resistance? Certainly, only one person could have. Oh, Lobo Neves, I knew that scoundrel was involved. But what again does he have to do with this? The last time we spoke, we mentioned how Casa Verde was in its last days. I'm just gonna snooze this ad because I'm gonna have a break after this. The last time we spoke, we mentioned how Casa Verde was in its last days. And it was Lobo who kept Casa Verde from closing its doors for good, eh? Certainly by using his political connections for a concession. Cunning the old Neves. So that's what Kinkas meant by saying thrown to the wolves, an allusion to Lobo Neves. And when he referred to Bacamarte's most precious good, he was talking about Casa Verde. It's obvious. And he means precious. He turned against his own ally. What could such a person be capable of? Certainly, if any of the horrible deeds a man can manufacture in the shelter of his own insane mind. Would such a man be above murdering someone like me, who opposed to these crude measures? I'd say not. Troubled by his own obstinacy, he refused to make any concessions, relentlessly pursuing his desires and shielding himself from his adversaries. Speaking of which, Lobo Neves had much to gain by making business with Bacamarte for his concession. Ava, leader of the strikers, was a thorn on Neves's side. He would do anything to get rid of her. And so, Bakamate agreed to hospitalize his own wife in exchange for his dearly beloved institution's survival. A man fallen for his own ideals, certainly, but alas, it is a sick love. A mad love, I should say, isn't it, detective? Capable of any and everything, even murder. Bakamate positioned himself as the bastion of sanity, but he carried with him a deep sickness. If he ever loved, or he was ever a person capable of feelings and empathy, the scientist cast it all aside, and for what purpose? For what, in his mind, is progress, for what he considers the future. I am a dead man, detective. For me, the future is no more. As a great detractor of Casa Verde, Dr. Bakamate will certainly benefit from my demise. Could he have a hand on the death of this beloved institution's public enemy number one? We might never know. But we know that Dr. Bakamate, thanks to his sick dedication to Casa Verde, stabbed the only person who cared for him in the back. What else could such a person be capable of? There we go. Congratulations for your diligence, detective. You just showed you'll leave no stone left unturned on your quest for righteousness. But there are some harsh truths that once heard can never be unheard. Are you sure you want to keep digging deeper? Alright. I am going to have a quick break. Alright. Everyone go stretch your legs, get a drink. I'm gonna go get a drink. Apparently I've had no water this stream, so that'll be a good idea. Right back. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. I got distracted. I decided to wash my my drink bottle because I haven't washed it for a while. It was looking kind of dusty. And now it looks nice and clean. And I'm not gonna get diseases. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Alright, so what do we have? What pizzas of clues do we have that need to be shown to people? I've shown people most things. Thank you. All of these things have all the people marked off. Who do we need to... We need to find out where Kinkas is heading. I guess maybe he could try and go to Lobo Neves? Maybe he goes to the Midnight Club? Pizzas of clues, exactly. We got many pizzas of clues. Could say they're slices, even. Just a piece of the puzzle. Pizza. Okay, let's send everyone out. Okay. They really don't give us enough time to do this. Okay, Kinkas, where do you go? Where do you go, Kinkas? We could try downtown. Oh, hello. I don't want to do this. Okay. What does Ava say here? What a crazy day. I thought I'd never make it on time. What's that look on your face? Looks like you've been through hell. You have no idea. I'm so glad I found you. I don't even know who to trust anymore. Come stay with me. I won't let anyone hurt you. Well, Ava ends up there. Doesn't look like Kinkas is showing up here. Where does he go? No. Alright, we might need a hint, because I honestly don't know where he goes. Where he goes. Virgilia said that Sabina's interests in the church go beyond just religion. What the devil is she insinuating? Let's not rush to conclusions, detective, but it's important that you investigate. There's something in that church that Sabina and Padre Cabral don't want us to know. Go over there and only come back after you found something of interest. Something in the church? What? What is in the church? Beep boop. Oh well. Well, I would have never thought of this, so it's a good clue, I guess. We don't have much on Sabina either. Even a church. What's this? Umbrella. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Sure. What did I find? Silver necklace. I don't think this was just a donation. Okay. I have a confession to make, Padre Cabral. I must confess, I must ask you a few things. Alright, what do you have to say? Padre, look what I found. Look how shiny. Have you ever seen anything like this before? I've dedicated my life to the church, my son. And there's nothing shinier than in the house of the Lord, as you all know. Now, let's see. Oh, necklace. Well, yes, I've seen this necklace in particular. There's no way I would have not seen it. It was given to us by the grace of God. Really? Yes, I'm very surprised to realize you have it, if you know what I mean. Especially because you surely know what the fifth commandment is all about. Honor thy father and thy mother. Yes, this one too, but I meant the one that says thou shalt not steal. From the second person singular though. Thou. I don't know exactly how you laid your cunning little hands upon this valuable gift that was given with such selflessness and generosity. Regardless of how it happens, be careful when showing this necklace around. Why, Padre? No special reason. Only a matter of prudence. Who's Prudence? Never seen her in town. Prudence. The Christian virtue. Depending on who you show this necklace to, you could end up in hot waters. Duly noted, Padre Cabral. Who's Prudence? Alright. I guess we could show it to Sabina, who's now hanging out there. Oh, that's not Sabina, that's, different woman. I forgot her name. Okay. There she is. There's Sabina. Alright, what have you got? Miss Sabina, look what I have here. I won't say I had to put my neck on the line to get it, but... What? How did that end up in your grabby hands? This necklace is a personal object. You from the press are great with words, but I wonder if you know the meaning of the word decorum. Try not to show this object to everyone. If my husband finds out the story behind it, what could happen? Be discreet. Discretion is a Christian virtue. At least I think it is. Alright. Pun intended, yes. I wonder who... I guess we can show Coachroom. I mean, we're gonna end up in hot water, but it'll just reset us, so it's really fine. Alright. My esteemed Coachroom, what can you tell me about this object here? What does this necklace tell you? What? What are you doing with my wife's necklace? I'll break you in half. It's a donation to the church. The church? Yes, Padre Cabral's congregation. Someone made this generous donation to his parish. Would you know who? I know very well who it was. I'll spare you from the punches you deserve for now. Can't say the same about that shabby priest. You're going after him at the church? You bet. Just waiting until I'm done with my shift. Oh no. Oh no. We gotta beat him to the church to see the beating. Look out, Padre! Look out! The beatings will continue until morale improves. Listen here, you old priest. What's my wife's necklace doing in your possession, huh? Mr. Coachram, Sabina's donations are from the heart. She's always praying for you. Praying? I don't need any of that. Sabina prays for your prosperity. And if you forgive me for saying so, she also prays that you give up gambling. Well, she has a point. Are we in trouble because of the bets? Yes. Have we been drifting apart because of this habit of mine? For sure. Tell me more. I'm the one responsible for our situation, there's no denying it. But you know how this works, I just need one bet to hit, just one. And what happens to your marriage until then? Very well, Padre, whatever. I'm not going to blame you for Sabina's donation, but listen closely. Be very careful about the gifts that your church takes. Oh, I see. God bless you. God bless you, he says with clenched fists and grinding teeth. Padre Cabral, forgive my intrusion, but what is Miss Cubus's necklace doing among the church donations? Sabina, she has unshakable faith even when things seem impossible. Sometimes she insists on reminding me of her hopes. How can I say no to someone with such devotion? This gift, like many others, reflects in what's in her heart despite lacking some sense. Unlike her brother, she's a devoted visitor to this church. She even donated a check for a sizable amount. A shame it turned out to be a bad check. Oh. Let him who is without sin cast the first stone. A bad check, huh? Guess not all roses after all, not even for the Cubuses. Bad check. Your Holiness, I'm sure that, as a leader of the church, there's one subject you're very familiar with. Oh, of course, which one? The mysteries of faith, the inextricable paradoxes of Christianity, the proper punishment to a sin? Almost that. I'm referring to the personal lives of the faithful of this parish, more specifically their donations. Like the bad check that was donated by one Miss Sabina Cubus. Oh, son, about that. What kind of shepherd would I be if I were to spill the beans about the lives of my flock? But yes, Sabina, I mean, one of our devoted souls is facing financial hardship, it's true. That happens, the Lord sometimes tests our beliefs in him. I thought the one who made our lives difficult was the devil. I myself sometimes think I can be closer to him than... He too, my son. God and the devil take turns, each with their own purpose, don't they? In any case, please keep this under wraps. This topic can be very sensitive to most of us, especially Sabina. And, worst of all, it could reflect badly on my church. We'd like to pass on a sense of prosperity to those who come to this house. I understand, I guess. Okay. I guess Cartram and Sabina is the next ones where we speak to. Yeah, I need to work out where Kinkosker is. Okay, let's try the next day. Because we're not going to find Sabina at this time of night. Let's analyze our progress on Sabina's file, shall we? We now hold in our hands a sacred confession from a holier man, or at least he ought to be. According to Padre Cabral, these donations that Virgilia spoke of involve some valuable possessions of the Cubist family, is that correct? Sabina donated her precious necklace to that second-rate excuse of a priest? Goodness, and it gets worse. To add insult to injury, if it weren't enough to rid herself of the family's valuables, Sabina went and wrote a bad check to the church? Ha ha ha. Writing bad checks, Miss Cubis? People will believe we are broke. No wonder everyone's on edge. Coachram, her husband, is now picking fights with the city's priests. Alright, this has gone too far. What is Sabina thinking? Virgilia was the one to expose her, was right to expose her. If you want to impress your priest, at least make it classy. But the worst part is having to listen to this. How can I say no to someone with such devotion? That crook doesn't give a damn about my sister, and now he's trying to take advantage of the situation. Or if someone were to do something. But let us return to what truly matters, the investigation of my distinguished demise. Could it be that Sabina bribed Padre Cabral, showering him with gifts and stuffing his pockets, or at least trying to? Could it be that the price for something the priest may have done, or perhaps the price for a silence of a man who's a walking vault holding every confession and secret of Rio de Janeiro? We must press on this clue. There's something there, detective. Alright. Night-night, Dodge Caliber. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep. I'm sorry for being indiscreet, but I heard that you're having financial problems. Is that true? How absurd. You shouldn't believe in gossip, especially a journalist as yourself. What do you say about the bad check donated to the church? Bad check? That's my husband's doing, that brainless brute. And you? What's your interest in that? Do you want to put me in bad light in front of society? I don't know, and I don't want to know how you got that info. But if you dare publish this, know that you'll have the best lawyer at your door by tomorrow morning. Let's end the subject. Okay. Guess we go see Coachram next. Mr. Coachram, it came to my attention that your wife Sabina made a donation through a bad check. I suppose your family's savings is a subject you're on par with. What do you care about my financial situation, huh? My investments are me and my wife's business. But apparently they're not going so great, right? If only Brass weren't so stingy with the inheritance division, we wouldn't be in this situation. And I wouldn't have to run an alternative ways of making money. Curse those silver cutlery. What will he use them for now? To eat worm spaghetti? You said cutlery? Yes, they're part of the Cubist family inheritance. They have great value, and that's how the division of assets started to take a bad course. Trifling remnants of the Cubist family estate. Who would have thought that kitchenware brings so much discord? Discord, I'm howling at the moon and sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon. But that doesn't matter anymore now that Sabina and now I think Sabina will have what she deserves. She needs to go back to high society because that's where she's from. Oh, why am I even telling you this? Tell me, Mr. Coachram, can you tell me about the Cubist family cutlery? Look, it caused a lot of fights. It's one of the Cubists' legacies. Tell me more about the Cubist inheritance. We had some trouble with the division. But Sabina didn't demand any more than she deserved. Brass may have been the firstborn, but she also has rights. How does inheritance affect your family? We stayed many years without talking to each other. Recently we got closer again. And did Brass welcome you with open arms? Of course not. The wretched man was very skeptical. He thought we were only interested in the money. And weren't you? Brass didn't seem to be the easiest person in the world to deal with after all. He was family. My wife wanted him close. Were we in a dire situation? Of course, but who isn't nowadays? Guess we can ask Sabina about that too. There we go. This is a markedly personal matter. I could never discuss it in any place other than the privacy of my own home. However, journalist, I find myself without access to the keys to the Cubus's manor. If you help me find it, I would certainly repay the assistance with one of the same size. What do you say? I'll do my best, Miss Sabina. Use your sources, I trust your nose. Okay. So we gotta get her the key. And then I guess speak to her in her house. Cheese bread. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Does look good. Take the bread. Yum 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 yum. Right. There's the key. Oh no, she's gone. She's gone. Where are you going? I think she might come back. So I know she is like, oh no, she's gone. Fuck. Okay, we'll get her in the morning. We'll get her in the morning. Oh, you have news about my sister? And the one that brings us information at this time is Coachram, her husband, that loser. Coachram. Always looking for an easy way to make a fortune. I only wish he would put it to good use. What did he say about Sabina? She needs to go back to high society because that's where she's from. Go back? What is this loser saying? Sabina is a cubist. She'll always be elite. Mark my words, my brother-in-law will die trying to satisfy the ungrateful Sabina. But let's interpret his words. When you talked to that airhead Coachram, he mentioned the silver cutlery, didn't he? You know, detective, this is common to all of us. We may even say it's a family matter. Sabina spent hours a day looking at them, with rage in her eyes, maybe. The cutlery was part of the Cubus's family heritage. I believe she thought that at least these would be in dispute. But it wasn't the case, and that was the last drop for someone greedy like my sister. Could Sabina's greed have motivated her to kill me? After all, with me gone, the inheritance would be hers completely. But that would also explain the flattery towards Padre Cabral. He is certainly her confidant, and maybe something more. A fratricide driven by financial gain, a crime as old as time itself. We must find out whether or not this is true, detective. We're so close now. Okay. Beep boop. Get that key again. Here's your key, man. I appreciate your kindness in meeting me with the key to the Cubus's manor, but discussing a family matter of this nature is something very private. If you're able to visit me in my new residence. Okay. Alright. When does she go to her house? Just go inside, please. Hello, ma'am. There we go. Very well, Mr. Journalist. Be quick, I have much to do around here. I mean, my servants do. Miss Sabina, let's come clean about a matter once and for all. It should be very well, since I'm referring to the silver cutlery that are a Cubus's heirloom. The cutlery? Oh dear god, they're just simple kitchenware. Certainly not. They were delicately made from the finest silver. They're worth a fortune. The kind that can create disagreements between any familial bond. How dare you? I would never do anything to anyone, much less for money or possessions. Greed is a sin. My dedication is always towards my faith. It's true, but Mrs. Vigilia, while referring to you, said her interests have always surpassed religion. That unqualified Vigilia. My actions are aimed solely at loving my neighbors without any personal interest. Do you understand? A commendable trait, Miss Sabina. And would loving your neighbor explain maybe why your necklace was found with Padre Cabral along with your picture? Know your place. Who do you think you are, you insolent? If you want to know, I attached the picture only so Padre Cabral could identify the source of the donation for registration purposes. There's not a drop of desire to be noted for Padre Cabral. After all, churches don't pay taxes. And I'm sure you don't have any interest beyond faith. There's nothing beyond faith, how dare you? Padre Cabral is an unshakable man, no one could divert him from the right path. Maybe someone who knew how to reveal his true interests would be able to. I talked with Padre Cabral and he told me himself the following about you. How can I say no to someone with such devotion? Dear reporter, you're leaving me with nowhere to put my face. In terms of devotion, I have always acted as expected of a lady renown and of my renown and lineage. Leave me alone. Don't you have enough material already? What do you want? I'm just getting started. You present yourself as a lady of renown and lineage, right? Of course, I'm a Cubus, and I could reward you very well. I'm not sure about that, Miss Cubus. After all, Padre Cabral, to whom you gave so much confided to me that a check donated to the church had no funds. No funds? Impossible. Are you sure about that information? How decadent. From what I know, the check came from a person from the elite, bankrupt and away from high society. It was Coachram, your own husband, who said to me, referring to you. She needs to go back to high society because that's where she's from. What do you think about this? Dear reporter, this had gone too far. I don't have any means to continue. I'll find out your newspaper editor's name and make sure he fires you. As you wish, ma'am, but there's only one problem. I'm not a reporter, I'm a detective, hired by your brother, Brass Cubus. It's clear you've never been satisfied with the little you've inherited. And also, all your efforts to live and remain in high society were solely backed by romantic interests in Padre Cabral, a man of the clergy. And the death of Brass would make you the only heir of the Cubus' family. With that, your ambitions will be fully achieved. Imagine that, all the fortune of the Cubus family. Therefore, it is my professional obligation to ask you. Was it you who killed Brass Cubus? Would you have the courage to kill your own brother? Well, I'll be damned. I never figured you for much, you phony little reporter. But keep your sensationalism for someone else. If you want to report me, better come very well prepared. After all, I am the Miss Cubus, the heir of the fortune. Who will have enough to do something against me? To hell with all those damn silver cutlery. I have all the money that should have always been mine. Now I have what is rightfully mine. I'll have the attention I deserve. Don't worry about it. Tomorrow your face will be stamped on the cover of every newspaper in Rio for the murder of Brass Cubus. Therefore, I have no other option than to... Hey little brother, I just had an idea that I had to rush over to tell you. What do you think about a family dinner? The kind of dinner party only the Cubus family knows how to throw. Sabina, do you know what time it is? See? Obviously, for an event like this, we would need relics from the house. For example, the Cubus silver cutlery would definitely be essential. Sabina, where is it anyway? If it's dusty, I can clean it up. It's no trouble at all. Sabina, what foolishness. You know very well that these utensils were the cause of all the discord. Forget this dinner idea. I don't think it's beneath you to host a dinner party just to get your hands on that cursed cutlery. Brass, how dare you? You think that I, a God-fearing woman, would plan something so greedy? Well, you should know that God is watching, and he punishes greedy, petty people like you in life. Oh, if regret could kill, I shouldn't have come here. You're back with news. Let's talk about it. So, did you confront Sabina, detective? What were her words exactly? Now that I have what's rightfully mine, I'll have the attention I deserve. Unbelievable. Her narcissism and insatiable thirst for the spotlight remain unquenched. I've always been great for her. I didn't deserve to be stabbed in the back like that. That the Cubus' inheritance was rightfully mine, I believe we all knew, but for Sabina to think she was more deserving than I? Padre and I knew full well that the moment Sabina laid claim to the family inheritance, she would squander it all on that second-rate church. And for what, pray tell? A handful of confetti from that pompous Cabral? I would dearly like to know what Coachram thinks of the sins murmured into the priest's ear inside that confessional. A round of applause for you, Sabina Cubus. You've managed to provoke a dead man. Whether or not you were the one to end my life, discovering your true feelings towards me would have carved a wound in my heart. Bravo, detective. Your sagacity revealed many hidden layers in this convoluted story. Think carefully before taking a step further. Alright, what are we on to next? Who have we got? We need to find out where King Pass goes. More on Chris Straw, maybe? He's still got some room. See, all these things have been shown to people. Posthumous isn't funny at all. How are you, James Richard? Alright. Wonder who we need to speak to next. I guess we can see where Kinkas goes again. We haven't found out where he heads to. Guess we could try the harbor, because the fraternity or whatever, like everyone's members of the fraternity. That's what I'm wondering now. He show up? He doesn't show up. I don't know then. Need another hint, I think. Alright. As much as it delights me to see Mr. Straw desperately trying to get inside the fraternity headquarters, our investigation must move on. So take the hat to the big crybaby, Chris Straw. You've used it before. Ah, I didn't even think of that. Interesting. Okay, we'll do that then. I love games that have very simple clues. It's like, here's the next step. Go look into that. Like, more games need clues instead of relying on you to go find a walkthrough. Like, if I'm gonna look up the solution, the game should, you know, give me a prompt. If I want it. Okay. Hello, sir. There you go. I believe you're missing something. Hey, that's my freshman hat. How'd you find it? Well, I'm an excellent detective and I have my means. Now, I know this is Coachram's work, that old brainless brute. I bet this has something to do with that dissident niece of his. If she ever knew what he did, their bond would be completely shattered. What did he do to earn her disapproval? Well, weren't you the greatest detective so full of tricks? Fine. If it means teaching Coachram a lesson, I'll tell you. That troublemaking niece of Coachram used to bring him letters addressed to Brass, but Coachram was never happy about it, so the mail never reached their destination. Ooh. Coachram prevented Ava's letters from getting to Mr. Cubis. Très bien. Do whatever you want with that information. Now excuse me, I'm off to prove that I belong among the city's elite. Cool. This stupid hat. Stupid hat. Alright. Tell me about Tell me about the letters. I heard you prevented Ava's mail from reaching Mr. Cubis. What the? Did anyone ever tell you that you're one nosy fellow? Very often. What about you? Are you used to swiping other people's letters? Star Sable, hello. Well, come on in. I only did what needed to be done. I would never allow that ill-fated relationship to go forward. I knew that at some point Brass would find a way to break my niece's heart. Don't you regret fooling Ava like this, not giving her a chance to choose on her own? Didn't I always make it clear that I was against this relationship? I did. Nowadays, with all that mess that happened, I see that I was right from the start. Okay. I guess we can show Ava that now. I would like to ask you about a certain mail, Miss Ava. Letters you would have written to Brass Cubis. What can you tell me about them? How do you know about these letters? They're personal. What do they matter to your investigation? Their contents concerns Brass only, the man they were written to. They may have been written for Cubis, Miss Ava, but the mail never arrived. He never got your letters. I'm not sure whether you're aware of this, but Coachram, your uncle, stopped them from ever getting to Brass. Coachram always opposed your relationship. Never arrived? That explains some things. Wretch, madman, rogue, how dare Coachram meddle in our relationship like this? The nerve. I suppose he was looking after you. Looking after me? Coachram ought to worry about his own problems. He's got more than enough of them. Let's see whether he'll like it if I meddle in his private affairs. Coachram is drowning in debt, detective. He recently received an ultimatum from the company that he was hired to chase him down. Ooh. Oh, scary skull. Ultimatum from the debt service. The debts are the biggest proof of his lack of control. If you want to know, Coachram may be a big man, but he was never a great man. My uncle would have done something to Brass. He doesn't have the brains, but he's strong enough to have done so. I believe you, Miss Ava. Thank you for the information. Excellent. So we can ask Sabina about it. Why can't I speak to her? Oh, she's gone. Alright, we'll speak to Coachram about it then. He's got his hat. There we go. Mr. Coachram, I would like to discuss some hairy subjects with you. No offense. What do you want, huh? Mr. Coachram, I have reason to believe that you were facing some financial difficulties. And coming from someone like you, who is part of a wealthy family such as Brass's, it's hard to believe. Brass? What does this have to do with Brass? My business is my own. I don't know why you're mentioning Brass to me. Well, Brass Cubis may have been a difficult person, but he helped his kin. Unless there was a reason for him not to want your well-being, perhaps there was a quarrel between you. I remember a heated meeting between you in which the poor mailbox played the fiddler. Isn't that right, Mr. Coachram? Bold to say that to my face. That was nothing. Brass could take that. But Brass and I, real men, settle things like this with our fists. That was nothing, you say, huh? Wasn't it really? Because apparently your last bonding session you threatened Cubis's life. Your own boss, the businessman Chris Straw, told me this about that day. At the end of the fight, Coachram threatened to kill Brass. I feel like I'm surrounded by savages. You better mind your own business if you know what's good for you. It's only family matters. Brass is family. Does it matter how we settle things in my family? Maybe it does, and speaking of family, I've collected a testimony about you from someone who knows you very well. Your own wife told me this. Fights are common in all families, but Coachman would never hurt Brass. Accidents happen though. Sabina said this? Control yourself, Mr. Coachman. This is your wife we're talking about. Control myself? You're the one who's losing control with this blabbering. Maybe I can help you control yourself. Shut up, or you can spare yourself and leave. What do you say? It seems that when it's to control other people, your shiny head works really well. Like, for example, to stop your niece's letter from reaching Brass. Enough, you heard me, enough. Stop involving my family in this. If you stop now, I'll let you leave this talk without needing a straw to eat. Well, you can break me apart, my investigation is more important. Besides, tomorrow I'll be whole again. What? Nothing, use any force you want. I'm not gonna use force. You know what's worse? I know what's worse. You're right. Am I ashamed of hiding the letters? I am. Do I regret hiding them? Not at all. What I did to protect Ava from Brass, he was a skinflint, only thought about himself. I think I understand you, Coachman. But, you know what that resulted in? She found out anyway, by other means. She found out? How did she react? Her reaction was negative, naturally. She told me the following about you and your possible fault. My uncle could have done something to Brass. He doesn't have the brains, but he's strong enough to have done so. Was it you, Coachman, Brass's murderer? Could more than a mailbox have been destroyed in these disagreements? To finally put an end to the man who meddled in all aspects of your life? My own niece suspects me? Well, if that's how they see me, take me if you want. I think I'll do less harm in the world behind bars. I know I'm not smart, all I have are muscles, that's why I ended up involved in busts and hustles to pay my debts. Busts and hustles to pay my debts. I wish I could provide for my family without alms. To hell with Brass's inheritance. But why is accepting Brass's help so bad? Brass was unpredictable, paranoid, and selfish. I never thought about the things he did would affect others. Never changed his ways. In the end, it's like this. I don't need that stingy guy's money, and you know what? I'd punch Brass for free. Harsh words, Mr. Coachman. You've been through thick and thin lately, living on the razor's edge, taking risks and making decisions that men in calmer waters wouldn't dare take. Your history of fighting and arguing, aside from the clear distaste for Brass Cubis's character, positions you as the author of this crime. Before that... Brass, there you are. I must speak with you. Well, if it isn't my favourite brother-in-law. Brass, I don't appreciate the way you talked to Sabina earlier today. Oh really, Coachman? As if you didn't already have your own problems to take care of. You're one to talk because your life is so perfect. Seeing a married woman, can't you see the risk you're taking? I don't know, Brass. All this tension. One of these days you'll turn up dead in some alley. You speak as if you're not the one dealing with loan sharks. That's what's truly dangerous. Particularly regarding my sister's safety. As if you cared. See, Coachman, you could channel that interest you have in other people's business into what's happening under your own roof. Your absence could make Sabina turn her attention and affection elsewhere. For example, towards church. Oh, you foul-mouthed, take this. Bam. Oop, that was close. Close? You come here, you coward. Coward? You see what I'm made of, you brute. I'm not scared of a weakling such as yourself. Bam. And I'm not afraid of you. Oh yes, then take this. Bam. Ha, imbecile, you destroyed the mailbox. Picture your head in its place, you old fool. I'll smash your face, you- Hey, no, let me go. Let go of me, everything is under control. Brass, you clown, let me go. I need to... Let me go, I need to punch this idiot's face. Brass, you'll pay for this. If I see you again, I won't be responsible for my actions. Oh, he angry. He angry. We have a plot to conclude. A word from Ava on Coachram. What did she say about that thug? I would be surprised if she said anything incriminating about him. My uncle could have done something to Brass. He doesn't have the brains, but he's strong enough to have done so. Would you look at that? Who would have thought? This is very impressive. I know very well what a great woman Ava is. She doesn't lower herself down to lies and subterfuge. Nevertheless, Coachram is her own uncle. First, his own wife insinuates the possibility that he was the criminal, now his niece. Coachram's little forklift operator hands seem more and more to be dirty with my noble blood. But we must proceed with caution. Let's stick to the facts. Ava told us about Coachram's financial situation. That imbecile drowned in debts and was being pressed by the collection agency. Therefore, Coachram had a motive to want me dead. Being married to my sister, that would mean access to a heritage as big as the nape of his neck. However, there's a complication with this story, the letters Ava wrote me. Yes, I know, I should have been a quieter man, but I thought I would have time for quietness after I died. Yet here I am, turning in my grave, or better yet, turning Rio de Janeiro up, but let's continue. Now, we know that Coachram, the wretch, hid the letters Ava wrote from me. Naturally, that Ava, knowing about it, would cast her uncle in negative light if she had strong feelings for me. And I know very well the effect I had on women. And if Ava's feelings were strong, she might even want to incriminate Coachram as an act of vengeance. We must continue this investigation, Detective. We've reached no closure yet, and it is necessary that we follow this plot to its end. It seems we got all we needed from Coachram, doesn't it, Detective? And what did the dimwit tell us? Come on, I'm anxious now. I don't need that stingy guy's money, and you know what? I'd punch Brass for free. You see that? He says he had no need for my resources, but we know that's a lie. As we've seen before, the poor man has collectors glued to him like sticks barnacles on a ship. Besides, he's a man completely out of control who isn't trusted by his own wife, his family. I must confess, Detective, if we conclude that it was Coachram who murdered me, I will be very disappointed in myself. I pity the man. But now I'm a dead man, let the living take pity on me. There we go. Cozy detective stream, yeah! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Epsilon. Alright. Who do we go to next? We're getting so close. I guess we could try to see, Chris Straw. We give him the hat, then maybe he'll go inside the fraternity. I want to see what happens with that. Because normally he comes and yells out the front, but maybe he just goes inside now. Would like to know. There you go. Oh my god, stop talking. He comes out here and starts arguing with Coachram. And then he goes up here. Did he go inside? Did I miss it? Oh no, I don't have the hat! I can't talk to him! Oh, okay. Well, that, I forgot about that step. um, I guess we can try to see where Kinkas ends up, because honestly, I don't know. I don't know. There's only so many locations, isn't there? Alright. Where do you go, Kinkas? If I was Kinkas, where would I go? The pharmacy? Where the fuck does he go? The church? Is he in here? He's not in here. Fuck. I'm never gonna find this guy. Alright, we'll go for another hint. When Dr. Bakamate releases all of his patients after you revealed that Placeray is a fraud, Pinkas Borba seemed determined to take revenge on whoever put him in there. Did he go to Ben Santiago? I believe he headed over to his office in the industrial zone. Okay. His office. I thought we tried that. I thought we checked the industrial zone. Well, I mean, that was kind of the last location I was going to go back to. So. Because I thought, Santiago goes home by then. Because if you're at his wife's place, he shows up and he's like, "Oi, what are you doing here, grr?" Alright, we'll try the lawyer's place then. Alright. Industrial block. Let's go. Someone has broken into one of the offices. Okay. Aha. Are you here to join my vendetta, my boy? It's a pity no blood was spilled, but opening that safe was dead easy. I just had to listen to it carefully. Good thing this is one of those talkative types. Oh, a safe behind a painting. So typical. Good job, Mr. Kinkas Borba. What is this paperwork in here? Brass Cubus's Plasters Royalties. 2nd District Court, RJ, Rio de Janeiro, February 25th, 1937. This agreement determines the totality of the rights over the medicine called Brass Cubus Plaster as belonging to Brass Cubus. The company CS Imports liability will be limited to transporting the raw materials and packaging the product. It is expressly agreed that CS Imports has no rights whatsoever to the formula, product sales, or any other royalties related to the brass cubus's plaster. This current service provisioning partnership may be revoked by Brass Cubus at any time with no prior notice. Okay. If the documents inside the safe are legitimate, it meant Chris wasn't doing very well. Alright, let's go speak to Chris Straw. We got another clue. Beep boop. Alrighty. Woohoo! Mr. Chris Straw, a man as busy as you are must not have a lot of free time, so I'll get straight to the point. How was your business with the late Brass Cubus? How was it? Business is good, detective. Everything is going très bien. As a matter of fact, my business with Brass is only a small part of my portfolio. My investments are diverse. If that's your line of argument, je suis désolé for your poor mind. Poor mind? Maybe you're the only one. Maybe you're the one poorly understanding. Your ties with Brass were in contract. With no shadow of a doubt, his death benefited you, didn't it? Let's delve into this former partnership, the plaster itself. Oh, big whoop. You want to talk about this medicine? Brass Cubus's deceit? You're right, detective. I'm a busy businessman. That's too busy for you. So many opportunities, and you're still talking about yesterday. You're right, but how about we sugarcoat this conversation? For example, why did you need such a large shipment of cane molasses, Mr. Chris? Is it really necessary for a medicine for adults to contain such large amounts of sugar? What are you talking about? This is an industrial secret. I am a magnate? I have many ventures, each one more successful than the last. I work while I sleep, and you're nothing more than a pawn in the service of Brass Cubus. You are definitely venturing by pretending watered sugar is real medicine. Watered sugar? How dare you? You're nobody. A yes man for Brass. Better than being a white-collared criminal. Don't deny it. I know you are ambitious enough after all. I heard the following about you from your employee coach room. Chris is as ambitious as, or even more ambitious than Brass. A betrayal would have come from any of them. Now tell me, Mr. Chris, what is this betrayal he speaks of? You and that chatterbox coach room, blabbermouth. You know nothing. Power disputes in businesses are common for bigwigs like me. Winners are winners and losers are losers. Ever heard of a win-win situation? And what did you win in this dispute? The plaster never came to be, but placere, on the other hand, isn't that right? Well, well, detective. I gave you less credit than you deserve. Monsieur, you see, this way I wouldn't have to share my benefits with some inferior like Brass. But the truth is, one way or another, I will end up profiting. And maybe you would like a piece of it? Then we can put an end to this investigation. Tempting, but I'm not good with money, so I'll insist on placere, or better yet, the plaster's knockoff. You're flying too close to the sun, detective. Are you sure you don't want to come down? I never give up, Chris, and if I do come down, I'll get back up with double reinforcement. Speaking of doubles, did you really think your second-class plan would go far? Second class? I am first class. Your plan didn't please your first and main client, Dr. Bacamarte. Here's what he said about your medicine. Placer is the plaster. This means all of this was nothing but a fraud. Oh, my career. This is the end of my beautiful career. I had so many miserables to explore, so many fools to deceive. Those wretches, Bacamarte, Brass, and the rest of this insignificant town, all too small for my greatness. What a cursed idea. What a cursed idea to trust Brass, the betrayer. Right, because the contract made it so that all the royalties from the medicine would go to him, right? For a man such as you, this certainly was an attack on your pride, something that could drive a person to the edge. Was that what you did? Eliminated Brass's competition the old-fashioned way? That's just it, detective. Do you think I was defeated? I'm fearless, agile, sharp. I'm a fox. I always land on my feet. And this fall is what motivated me to create the placer. It helped me grow a thicker skin. Being part of both of developments, I was competing against myself. I had control of the market and I dwindled the plaster until it was all but forgotten. And what about you? How do you know you won't be forgotten? Detective. If you take me in because of Brass or anything else, I will be out in no time. I have many businesses. People depend on me. Do you think your little investigation is more important than the economy of Rio de Janeiro? Please. And if I lose contract with Casa Verde because of this tale, so be it. The harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. The plaster is dead, just like its creator. Placer, on the other hand, still has a promising future. Mr. Straw, if you were as smart as you think, you wouldn't have left so many traces of your crimes. There's no denying this, Mr. Straw. You are the murderer, and time has come, therefore. Mr. Straw, I came to see the development of our product. Brass, what are you doing here? Are you confident about the launch date for the plaster? What day will it happen? Are you micromanaging me now? A business genius such as myself, we must have autonomy, you see? Some space for our greatness. If you need proof, here, take this. I have a sample of the plaster here with me. You can keep it. Chris, I will not be duped. When will it be launched? I need to know the date. You need to know the date, Brass? Very well, let's talk about what we need. What I need is a larger share of our business, Mr. Brass Cubus. I'm working like any other salaried worker. I'm not even profiting from this. Honestly, Chris, I couldn't be less interested if you need to roll up your sleeves to fulfill your part of the contract. We'll launch the plaster tomorrow, am I clear? If not, my lawyer will ensure that all our stocks are collected immediately. You don't know who you're dealing with, Brass. I'm not just anyone who can intimidate and get away with it. Chris Straw has means of making you swallow your own words. I can't believe it. You managed to extract something from that straw snake? Considering his speciality is the trading of counterfeits, we have a great deed done, detective. How did you do it? Yes, but of course. You robbed the plaster's royalties in his face, didn't you? Haha, I'm happy you found that contract. He had no way of denying anything. Chris may be a skillful businessman, but Cubus is always one step ahead, or at least was. Now tell me, was he very angry? Did he lose his mind? I would love to have been there to see. Proud man and therefore self-assured, when defeated, they usually take on pathetic roles. What did he say? Plaster is dead, just like his creator. Placer, on the other hand, still has a promising future. As if. If he thinks Placer will have a long life, he's very mistaken. Now that Bacamarte knows that Placer is the plaster, I doubt Chris will manage to negotiate anything with him ever again. I may have overestimated Straw and his cunning, detective. I even suspect he could be behind my ending. It would have been too much for his small brain. Chris is a machine moved by greed, not cleverness. Could he have what it takes to kill a person and leave no traces? Chris Straw may have done all he could to be large steps ahead of me, but little did he know it was checkmate on his very first move. even if it looks the opposite. It seems that we've finally reached the end. Each one of these characters in my life, my short life, properly revealed who they truly are. All thanks to you, Detective. In reality, the situation you find yourself in was created by me exactly for this purpose. I was more than just your client. You're the counterpiece of a game I created myself. Oh my god, he made this game. He made this game. You were the lantern with which I, Brass Cubist, illuminated the true nature of those around me. My goal was never to uncover the truth of my demise, it was to discover that my many adversaries truly thought of me. After all, they would have never exposed themselves when I was alive, not freely as they've done now that they're free from my existence. However, I didn't know it would be so excruciating. I thought I'd be delighted by all the secrets I would uncover, but I've come to realize that some things amount to nothing. Happiness and knowledge aren't two sides of the same coin, Detective. I'll allow you this, Detective. This is the last time in this game that I'll give you anything more than a mysterious, vaguely written letter. The hour has come. After all this time, I will allow you to point out the one responsible for my demise. What? We get to choose? What about if it is Brass himself? What about if it is himself? Do you think he did it to himself? Honestly, what's my reasoning? Okay, well, I have noticed that every cutscene on the final day, other than highlighting when you hover over it, yeah, like he is an option. Every cutscene we've had for his day before his death, he keeps randomly coughing. And that's suspicious, and I feel like his death isn't from anyone except something that, like, yeah. I think it was like either natural or, yeah. Legitimately. He died from the ligma. I think he died from ligma. It seems more credible than any lead so far, though. Yeah. I think he's died from ligma. The thing is, that sort of thing would not be found out until, like, autopsies and stuff like that, so it's like no one would know. No one would know. Anyway, I'm gonna go with Brass. I'm gonna be like, he is responsible for his own death by getting ligma. You need to point to one of the suspects. You are the suspect. We're not allowed to choose him? Wait, are you accusing me? We've talked about this back at the beginning, Detective. It wasn't premeditated. Well, since you're so determined in blaming me, go ahead. Determination. There's no coming back from this path, player. Your choice will determine the end of the story? Wait. Wait. Is there different... Like, could you actually accuse anyone? And there's a legitimate story based on the accusation? Why would you go back after pushing so hard on that? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't go back. I'm gonna accuse him. But, like, could it actually be anyone? Alright, Brass, you did it yourself.
All my life, hard labor had never appealed to me.
Voiceover. Can you hear it? I can get it wrong. Interesting. Could you hear the voiceover? Is it all good? You could.
However, there are some things that a man must do for himself. Especially digging up a treasure.
Did he get ligma from the dirt?
Just like Incas had said, there was indeed a Humanita treasure.
Humanita.
An ornate box, a much adequate decoration for a treasure of knowledge.
can't believe we're getting voiceover.
After I lost Virgilia, she left me with nothing but her handkerchief as a memory. I turned my attention to the box containing the Humanita treasure. The Humanita treasure is a weapon? A dagger? My mistake was carrying it with me like a talisman.
Yep.
Little did I know what fate had planned for me.
I think he, like, coughed and passed out and
That
died
wasn't an
on his
ordinary
weapon.
day. The heated arguments I had took a lot of energy,
Yeah, here he is.
and my health wasn't at its best. And thus, Brass Kubas fell to the ground.
Kubas. Kubas.
The dagger. Yes, the Humanita dagger. The treasure of our order found its home into another chest. My own. In despair, I removed the blade. Another fatal mistake.
It was stupidity.
The bleeding is uncontrollable, and after a few moments, yes, Brass Kubas is dead.
Kubas. I've been pronouncing his name wrong the entire time. Of all the suspects in our plot, you were accusing me, detective. Does that satisfy you, detective? Are you glad you blamed me for my own demise? I hope so, because I will extend this conversation. As you may have noticed, detective, I've made many enemies, opponents, because I was passionate about every aspect of my life. In death, not only could I look back, but I also had the opportunity to look forward and see what happens in the world when I leave it. There's a bitterness in realizing that, after all that I've fought for and achieved, I leave nothing behind, no legacy, no lasting mark on this earth. I didn't get his voice right? No! One of the closest to me will inherit nothing but... The ones closest to me will inherit nothing but resentment, and my remaining estate will be torn and wasted throughout the years. Yes, I lived an intense last day, but that was more due to the deterioration of my health than an epiphany or transformation. If we mediate on this, we'll see that the only thing my demise left us with was, in fact, a mystery. Now we can rest and part ways. You too are free. All your effort to help me understand the ones around me untangle the knots in my routine. Detective, I hope you're satisfied with your ending. After all, it was your choice. My time is up. All that remains from Brass Kubas are his memories. Until we meet again. We did it! We did it! I wonder... Will it let us see the other ones? Will it let us see it? It would be cool if it does. Yeah. I'd be kind of sad if it completely locks us out of seeing, like, other ones. Alright. Let's go. Weren't you happy with this ending? Very well, let's do it again, but choose wisely this time. He knows. He knows. Okay. Who do you guys think? Who did it? Who did it? Who do you think is responsible? Or who do you want to see the outcome with? I don't really think anyone. Is there any you'd like to see how it plays out? The crazy man, Kinkas? It was Kinkas! So you think Kinkas is the culprit, detective? Oi, what are you doing in my room? Can't you see I'm busy? I'm sorry, I believe I'm in the wrong room. Kinkas? Of course you're in the wrong room. This one is mine. Yours is number 45. No, sir, you must be mistaking me for someone else. The greatest of all humanities doesn't make mistakes. What? Go on, my train arrives in 5 minutes. So it is you, Master Kinkas. What a deplorable situation. Deplorable? What do you know about deplorable? You nurses know nothing of the matter. You know all about sedatives and veins, but nothing about the heart of men. The ocean, dear man, the ocean. All we need to understand, the heart of men can be learned from the tides. I wish I could understand your words, Master. There's nothing to understand. It's not supposed to be understood. It's supposed to be found. Found? Find what, Kinkas? What do you mean, what? The treasure, of course. Treasure? But Master Kinkas. The treasure, yes. The hidden key for all knowledge of the humanities. This artifact has the power to protect anyone from all evil, from every danger. Oh yes, you're referring to a metaphorical key, I see. No, only the weak, without fingers to manipulate the truth, appeal to metaphors. I arbor metaphors. The key which I refer to is real. It's buried next to the lighthouse, right here for the taking. Oh no!
The prophecy was fulfilled. Humanita devours humanita. Thus said my guru. Kinkas Borba, my old master. It's not easy to follow my esteemed master's train of thought, but we can deduce that it was all part of his plan to preach his doctrine, leading me to acquire the dagger, as well as every sequence of apparently random events that culminated in my demise, were all part of his plan, right from the beginning.
See, I don't think that's very satisfying. Apparently this time the student did become the master. I was, in fact, defeated by the superior humanita. Although, for the rest of the world, Kinkas is just the neighborhood's basket case, full of nonsensical ideas. You chose to blame him for my demise. You really are smarter than you look. Alright. Alright. Who's next? I want to see, Sophia. So I'm curious, because I don't think she would have done it herself. What achieves do you get for the ending? I didn't get any achievement for the ending. I didn't get any achievement for ending the game. Let's have a look what they have. Global achievements. I don't think there's any, I don't think there's any achievement for endings. There's one, make the wrong mixture at the pharmacy. Snoop on all events. I don't know what event I've missed. Visit all regions with the dog. Meet one of the Casa Verde fugitives in the office. Talk to the strike infiltrator. And modify the route of 3 characters to go to the Midnight Club performance on the same day. I wonder... I can't even think about who we modified to go there. Alright. I want to see Sophia. You think Sophia's the culprit detective? Alright, let's have a look. I'm just gonna skip through this because we've seen these cutscenes. I just want to get to the... to the death. So he makes a fuss. Because he's drunk. Boo boo. Nicheless! Nicheless! Thank you for the raid! Taxi! Frost deprived, hello. Nicheless, hello. How are you? How was your stream? How was your stream? How was Elden Ring? How was Elden Ring? How far are you into that? I've never played it, but... Have you been streaming it for long? But yes, thank you so much. For those who have not been here before, I'm Taxi. I'm an undead cat girl VTuber from Down Under. I like to play variety games. Today, we are playing the Posthumous Investigation. We are like right at the end. We have gotten an ending, and now we're going through the other endings. Vibing out in Elden Ring. We finished it just replaying it silly. Nice! Nice, I'm glad you're having fun. Thought it was actually Fish Redeem, not the fish minigame. But yeah, thank you so much for raiding in. If you do need to raid and run, get some food, get a snack, stretch your legs, whatever you need to do, feel free. If not, you're welcome to come hang out. Alright.
Alleys are usually shady, dark places. But this time, they were lit up by the shine of a true star.
You'll be here lurking? All good, thank you. Thank you for the lurk, thank you for the raid.
Sophia Straw, leader of the angry mob.
Mm.
And is it not true that she's still upset that I'm not an admirer of her voice? Taking advantage of the
So even if she did send her fans, like sicker fans on them, she was there.
To follow me and silence my voice forever.
Sophia knows the power she holds over her fans. She gets everything she wants with the snap of her fingers. Only someone with a sense of justice could notice this show of cowardice. I wonder what the most interesting endings are. I don't know. I mean, it could just be up for, like, interpretation of, like, which one did you think did it? And then that's it. And it's kind of not worth looking at all the others. But we can have a look. I want to know the priest's reasoning. You think Cabral is the culprit detective? Right. Let's see. I haven't watched this one for ages. Here's a really short cutscene.
Thou shalt not kill. It seems that someone ignored this commandment.
Padre Cabral, how sinful.
Cabral.
Instead of being thankful for becoming a priest because of me, he got resentful for not being able to make his own choices in life.
Killed me with an umbrella.
It wasn't a divine hand holding that sharp umbrella. It was his.
Just like Padre Cabral, you made your choice and you got your culprit. Should I be thanking heaven for putting you in my path? It feels like he died by his own hand, but in his head he can connect everyone to having a story that would murder him, and that's satisfying enough for him. Yeah. Alright. I don't know, I reckon Neves probably would be the next interesting one.
Oh.
Who else could be responsible for my demise, if not my nemesis? Lobo, a murderer. 13 letters. Our disputes could only come to an end when there was only one of us left standing. And here we had our last clash. The treacherous Lobo knew that he would lose, and he cheated, breaking a bottle of whiskey and driving it into my chest.
Lobo, like any cornered animal, became aggressive and attacked me with, attacked the one who was a real threat to him. Bravo, you revealed the true face of that butcher. Alright. So we can go back. We can go get like an achievement if we wanted to. Let's see Ava. I think Ava is the culprit. I probably won't go through all of them. It is getting kind of late.
I wish I could ask her if it was all a mere consequence of these bloody class struggles, or if it was the result of a failed romance. Ava, the heartbroken agitator.
I don't believe it was her.
Having camouflaged her passional motivation behind her political cause, a murder was committed. She followed me to the alley and, symbolically, struck me straight in the heart with a work tool.
Even though Ava had ambitious motives, you've arrived at a solution. Well done, detective. I could hang your picture here as an employee of the month. See, like, he didn't even really say much about that. Like, I think that one is, like, an unbelievable, like, it's not a believable, result. Alright, we'll look at one more. Maybe his own sister. Sabina. Oh yeah, about the cutlery.
Huh. 。  .
Hmm. 。  . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 . 。 。 。 . 。 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 .
Of all the possibilities, it had to be the one who returned to the crime scene. Ah, Sabina. Blood of my blood. Her return to high society would only be possible after I was dead and gone. It was the perfect alibi. She was on her way to church and fatally injured me with her hairpin.
A really intense hairpin. Your detective instincts brought you to my not so dear little sister. It's a shame that things between us ended this way. Alright. Alright, that was a fun game. That was a fun game. I was thinking, yeah, the self-death's been the most satisfying. Yeah. Like, honestly, I was like, I can't believe most of these people did it. Like, some of them are bad people, but honestly, I don't know. I don't know. The self-death is the one that I, you know, considered for a while. Like an accidental death. Alright. We should find someone to raid. Who do we have online? Let's say hi to... New game next week. I think I'm going to go back to Blueprints at some point. I do have one game that I need to play for Keymailer, which I might play next week. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'll play that next week. What did I play yesterday? What did I play yesterday? What the fuck did I play? Crime Scene Cleaner, that's right. Okay, yeah, maybe next week I'm going to play a Keymailer game that I have that's due to be played, and then after that I'll probably start on Blueprints again, because I'd like to get back into that. I had a lot of fun in Blueprints. Alright, who are we saying hello to? Let's say hello to... Let's go to Lily Kumar. She is playing Procopia. Whoops. Copy the raid message. Taxi raid. Beep beep as we go through. Beep beep. Beep beep. Please post it. Please do it. Do it, do it, do it. Okay. I'll see you guys probably on Friday. On Friday should be the next stream. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for seeing out the game to the end with me. I had a lot of fun. Alright. Good night. Good night, good night, good night. Thank you all. Post the raid message, okay? Good night.